All set? Good to go? Hi everyone, good morning. It's a very pleasure to see you all and be with you here. Thank you. TALTalks is all about creating a stage where changemakers and nonprofits can come here and share their impactful journeys and what impact they are creating. And with this, I invite Veena, co-founder of Touch a Life and founder and CEO of Emagia, our parent company with CSR initiatives this Touch a Life. And after that's Barry, big supporter of TALTalks and whatever we do. Veena?
Thank you, Rama. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to TALTalks 2025. And I'm Veena Gundavelli, co-founder of Touch a Life Foundation. At Touch a Life Foundation, we are all about spreading kindness and getting inspiration for kindness and hopefully, creating more force for good. And today's TALTalks is all about bringing your stories to not only just this audience, but around the world through different mediums, and taking it forward to inspire many other people to be just like you. And we have a fantastic team over here, led by Barry Rudolph, who's the CEO of TAL Leaders, the Touch a Life Leaders, and Rama Iragavarapu, who's leading the TALTalks program. And like to again welcome all of you over here, and would like to invite Barry to come do the opening.
I was going to jump up there and I thought more of it, Veena. Be careful.
We have a video to play a short AV of TALTalks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please. Here is a short AV about TALTalks.
Well, good morning. I'll say good morning again to everybody. It's great to see everybody here. I thought what I'd do, and we're running a little bit late, so I'm going to try to catch this up, which means, of course, I will talk longer than 30 minutes, but I will try not to and get us caught up on time. I thought I'd maybe give a little bit of context. My name is Barry Rudolph. I've been involved with TAL for, I don't know, maybe 4 years now, 3 or 4 years, something like that. And I thought I would give some context because some of you are here to give a TAL talk. And you maybe have done a little research, but like, what the heck is TAL? I know talk, I got that part, but kind of what the idea behind it and why I got involved. So I got to know Veena and Sai Gundavali, who's the founder of Solix and of TAL, years and years ago, probably 20 years ago, commercially. And I was having dinner with Sai, and he was describing Touch of Life and what he wanted to try to impact the world and leave behind, you know, when you leave this world. And it was really a unique idea. And the idea was, in a way, kind of simple. But I'll give just some data and try to kind of align that with the objective. So there's like 3 million 501(c)(3)s in the United States. There's way over 10 million registered charities worldwide. Most of them are not the Red Cross or the United Way or whatever. It's usually 2 people, 5 people, 3 people that are extremely excited, engaged, enthusiastic, and energetic about what they're doing. But they have no brand, no awareness outside of a small group usually or often, no mechanism of raising funds, kind of struggle a lot because there's no resource. If you're United Way, you've got computers and people and staff and, you know, et cetera, and you have a huge budget. So the idea of Touch of Life was not to become just another charity, but to become a set of tools that charities that are smaller can use and provide them for free. And the idea, in a way, there's a good analogy. If you think about something simple like, what's Amazon do? Kind of complex in one way, but in another way, it's really simple. They have people that have stuff, and they connect them to people that want stuff, and they make that the connection point seamless, integrated, and easy to do, theoretically easy to do. And that was kind of the notion of TAL. Why couldn't we create a marketplace using technology for charities? So if you look at some of the logos and things in the back, I don't know if we have them all here, but you probably will be able to see some of the elements. But the idea is to create a set of applications and capabilities for crowdfunding, for outbound visibility. So we have a thing called TAL Radio that I think has about 3 million listeners now. And it's all free. So you can create content, get your brand aware on a worldwide basis. Right now we are streaming, not to make you nervous, but we're streaming worldwide. Right now, the assets that get created here, you'll be able to use for free, the physical assets. So that's kind of the idea, and it's pretty broad. There's a crowdfunding thing, kind of an outbound marketing application with TAL Radio. There's a youth interaction for training young people on how to become entrepreneurs around philanthropic activities. There's funding for innovation. So we have funding to, one that comes to mind that I'll just share with you was 2 years ago, I think, in India. There was a group of young kids, 3 kids, about high school age, all from remote villages, all orphans. And they had this idea of that in much of Africa and much of India, a lot of cooking is still done on an open fire in the front room, kind of where living takes place. And it's very toxic. The smoke is toxic, it's carcinogenic, it's just not good. But you got to cook, so that's where you cook. And they came up with an idea of, this one really struck me, which is why I remember it, an idea of a little box made out of metal with some holes in it and a turbine inside, like a fan inside. And you put this thing in the fire, and the temperature differential spun the fan around, which created more airflow, which increased the heat of the fire, which reduced the toxicity. And they wanted to roll it out on a worldwide basis, and we provided some funding for them, just as an example. TALTalks and TALHeroes is another element, and TALTalks is kind of simple, and that is kind of modeled after TED Talks, but for philanthropic activity, for usually smaller charities, not always, or charities that have an impact, or people that are having an impact, and giving you a forum to talk. And you shouldn't think about it as just the people sitting in this room. I mean, you're all very important, and it's wonderful that you're here, but it really is the assets that get created, the visibility that you have, the ability to now leverage Touch a Life more broadly for crowdfunding, for visibility, for outbound marketing, et cetera. And everything is being funded, and there's a lot of people working on this from a application development standpoint, but it's all free to charities worldwide and to individuals that are participating in. The other thing that we have this evening is a thing called TALHeros, and the idea there is to really recognize people that are making a difference and give them an award. Unfortunately, there's not a huge check that comes along with it, so don't get disappointed when you get, if any of you do get the award. But the idea is really just to recognize impact and energy and empathy and enthusiasm, and meet some just incredible people that are doing incredible things. So I think I could talk a lot longer about that, but that's the net of it. That's why you're here. That's what TALTalks is, what TAL is. And my advice to you is leverage it. It's not perfect yet. We're a bit of a startup ourselves. We're investing, I don't know, we probably have 50 developers in India developing these applications. So you can think of us as a startup as well, but leverage it, take advantage of it, get engaged, and again, it's all free to you, and so exploit it, because it's here for all of you. So at any rate, I will catch us up on time. Thank you all for being here. I look really forward to hearing your stories and transmitting them worldwide and providing some assets for you to take advantage of. So good morning to everybody.
Thank you, Barry. And it's a 15 minutes talk, and buffer time is 1 or 2 minutes because we want to maintain the schedule and everything. So we have lights here. When the yellow lights hits, it's 1 minute. And when the red light hits, it implies that the time is done. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. And you have a screen there to support your PPTs and everything. And we will play in a AV and also like this. And then it's an indicate that we don't want to even take a minute to announce and everything. So you have the list, speakers and the agenda, everything with you. Thank you. And with this, I invite Laura on the stage.
Thank you.
Please see your AV here, from here, Laura. Okay, yellow flashes, 2 minutes. Okay, so do we have a lapel mic for them?
I've got it.
So play AV. Yeah, see your AV from here. It's better.
Oh, thank you.
Behind every movement for justice, sustainability, or equity, there are nonprofits leading the way. But who supports those who lead them? For over 2 decades, Dr. Laura Dietrich has been strengthening the social impact ecosystem through research, education, and leadership at the Nonprofit Institute at the University of San Diego. Her work advances SDG 17 partnerships for the goals, empowering organizations to collaborate, learn, and lead with purpose. From classrooms to boardrooms, her influence helps thousands build stronger, more resilient communities. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Laura Dietrich, the Executive Director and Professor of Practice, the Nonprofit Institute.
Sure if this got turned on or not. We good? Okay, good. Thank you, Barry and Rama, for this invitation. It's lovely to be here and to see a company or be in the company of folks that really do want to give back, right? So I have some things. I thought if I'm going to go first. When you read TALTalks, right, social impact stories, I'm so glad you're here in San Diego because the stories here, and I'm looking at some of them, and I looked at all the list of speakers, I know most of their stories. And I think you're going to be so impressed for those of you that aren't from San Diego. I do have a deck, so push. And so I thought I would spend a little bit of time setting up my friends and colleagues for the afternoon with a welcome to San Diego and a welcome to San Diego's nonprofit sector. When those of us that are local will understand this, but when you type San Diego into a search engine of any kind, you'll often pretty quickly get an image that looks something like this, right? Blue skies. We saw them today. Can't see them now. We're in a black box theater. Blue skies, palm trees, all the beauty that is San Diego. You get this postcard version. And it's beautiful. But it's a little like a promise sort of without a signature, if you will, right? A slogan waiting for someone to make it real. Because you flip the postcard over or remove it like I did, that's where you usually do the writing. And the writing on this postcard for me is more like the love letters from all of these communities, from Barrio Logan, from El Cajon, from Oceanside. They all have their own handwriting, their own dreams, their own stories, their own challenges. And that's the story I want to talk about this morning, the one that doesn't always make the postcard, but defines who we really are when the cameras and the tourists aren't really looking, okay? And that's what all of you do, and those of you that are engaged in social impact. And it's those of you that take this advertising slogan and really turn it into mission. In this time that we're living in right now, I've been constantly saying over and over and over again, we are not America's finest city without the finest nonprofit sector. And in that realm, this invitation to be here today at TALTalks invited me to sort of think about expanding that little sentence. So it's really not a mug, a t-shirt, and all of those things, right? It's this invitation to a vision of what we all want our larger community to look like. San Diego is really unique. If I'm the opening key speaker, I'm going to talk about to anybody what makes us a unique place, and it's undeniable, our natural beauty, our beaches, the light, the sea breeze air, all the things. Sometimes, I felt this way when I cross over I live in Coronado, I cross over the bridge, and it's just blue sky, wide, blue sky day, wide earth. But this beauty needs protection. And not everyone gets to access this beauty. So that's the sort of the shadow side of our work. These are the things that make San Diego unique as a region. For those of you that don't know our region, we are home to the most indigenous tribes in the country. And in that acknowledgement, we acknowledge we sit on the land, the unceded territory of the Kumeyaay Nation, right? And as we lift up their stories and as we lift up that acknowledgement, even the idea of a land acknowledgement, it's a constant reminder to us about how quickly stories can become erased. We are a military population. I myself am a military, what they would call a Navy brat. We're a proud military city defined by service and sacrifice, but the flip side of that, right, are these quiet burdens that military families carry during deployment, during war, during a government shutdown, all of those things. So I know this story of service and the sacrifice firsthand. Our multicultural, beautiful multicultural neighborhoods where, 30, 40 languages are spoken, I believe, in City Heights. They make our region vibrant and exciting. They bring us great food, right? The food is incredible. And we could do a whole day of talks on the food and the cultural elements of all the food that exists in this region. But diversity alone doesn't equal connection, right? Add to that our world-class universities. We're sitting in one right now, and gorgeous arts and culture spaces that are lovely to have, but not always open to everybody. And they need that shadow side needs our attention and care. So it's that tension between what's beautiful and what's possible. It's where a city earns its right to call itself the finest. And that's what the nonprofit sector does here every day. It's the living reflection of what we value. So if a nonprofit's formed, it's because somebody thought it was important. Somebody thought it was morally just to start that project, to start that program, to bring 3 people together to solve a problem in India. It's not slogans, it's action, right? So when we say we care about children, nonprofits like Emilio Naras Foundation and Barrio Logan College Institute, they make that real. When we honor elders, serving seniors is there. I needed you this morning because I already spent an hour and a half with my senior dad, right? These are real things that people need help with. When we protect our environment, Tree San Diego reminds us that sustainability starts right here on our own streets. Outdoor outreach ensures belonging, includes the right to breathe and play, and Words Alive, reminds us how important literacy is to build confidence and connection. So those are obviously very purposeful examples, right? Because you're going to hear from all of those folks today. And they show what happens when a city's ideals really meet its actions. Much of that work happens quietly, out of sight, behind the scenes. No headlines for rent assistance arriving just in time, or a mentor who changes a teen's life for the better. It's this invisible infrastructure that keeps the region steady. When government programs pause, nonprofits step in. When markets shift, they stabilize people's lives. They're not filling gaps. People say all the time, nonprofits are here to fill the gaps. They're not. They're building resistance. You're the connective tissue that holds the infrastructure of a city, the America's finest city, together, keeping, bringing folks from isolation into belonging. We can step back and look at their impact. It's undeniable. 13,000 nonprofits reside here. They have been growing for the last 20 years, the number of nonprofits. We have contributing billions in wages and services, so that's real money into our economy. I talk a lot about nonprofits as not just the social benefit, but the economic impact of the work here. So, we're at UCSD. How many grant dollars do you think flow here, right, into this space? Well, when a nonprofit receives a grant or a donation from outside of our area, the money gets spent here. That's economic activity, right? We're an important part of the economic security and safety factor of our city. Yet so many people, when they see that number 13,000, will tell you, oh, there's way too many nonprofits. They should merge, right? Or there's way too many. Like, what does that number mean? Nobody would ever tell you that there are too many Pete's Coffees, too many Starbucks, right? Because we think differently about the nonprofit sector for some reason. We don't acknowledge, we don't produce a latte, right, necessarily. But we do produce a social widget that is so critical to the health and well-being of the folks that live in our region. So we don't just create good, we create sustainability and opportunity. It's not just compassion, it's infrastructure. And the public sees it, right? They do. They see it regularly. In our state, we produce a regular report, the State of Nonprofits and Philanthropy. Residents tell us institutions, nonprofits, are the institutions they trust the most to take on community challenges. That trust is earned by showing up regularly all of the time. It's shown when art is produced and when the water is clean. That belief, that sense of agency, that we can make a difference without having to wait for government or corporations, is the raw material, really, of civic life. There's so much conversation right now about civic life and the civic fabric of our country. And nonprofits, I would say, are, the needle and the thread that are keeping that stitched together, honestly. It's what turns residents into participants and generosity into impact. So if you've ever been around the city of San Diego or ever gotten a letter from the city of San Diego, there's a seal. There's the city's official seal. And their motto is, I'll just read it from my notes because I'm not good at my Latin, Semper Vigilans, which really means always vigilant, right? So I want us to think about that. We've mindlessly seen it more than we would ever know. But let's spend just a bit of a minute thinking about the idea of vigilance. It's not about guarding power, right? It's about paying attention to people, staying alert to what's shifting in our neighborhoods, who's being left out, whose needs aren't being met, where hope might be wearing thin. That's the kind of vigilance that keeps a city truly fine. And it's the kind we see every day in all of the work that all of you do. On the front lines. I'm not on the front lines. Barry's not on the front lines. You are on the front lines. And we, dealing with some of humanity's most intractable challenges. So we honor you for that work and your vigilance. And that's what we do briefly, I'll tell you, at the Nonprofit Institute. We sustain that vigilance. We are vigilant ourselves. We work through a framework called Transform, Know, Advocate. We sit beside many of you in the transformation of your organizations and in the individual leaders. We create the knowledge that we hope everyone can share about the impact of the work that you do, and then we turn around and advocate on behalf of this sector whenever and wherever we can. Our research shows that this is a demanding and uncertain time for all of you. That's a big news flash, right? Yet it also shows really and truly, and I've seen it before in the Great Recession, in COVID, it's called the resilient sector for a reason. We're going to show up. You're not going to stop us from showing up, right? So across the country, our research shows, our research shows that leaders are finding new ways to serve, new ways to collaborate, new ways to get really creative, right? In the midst of rollbacks on rights for LGBTQ plus folks, for and other human rights, and for immigrants, advocates are doubling down. They're not sinking into their shell, right? They're doubling down. As federal workers, and my son is one of them, missed their first paycheck last week. Volunteers are flocking to food banks, right? They're flocking to food banks to fill the shelves. The public good may feel fragile, but it's also very much alive, visible in partnership in every act of care that you guys are taking up. So speaking of the public good, let's talk about the county for a minute. Here's the county's motto, right? The county's motto is, the noblest motive is the public good. I don't think the city of San Diego and the county of San Diego and even the America's Finest City idea can be carried out without your work, right? It's about what we do and what we notice when you're talking about the public good. Our nonprofit carry that motive forward every day, serving as viral. We do more county services than any other on behalf of the county in San Diego than any other county in the state of California. We are an important partner in behavioral health, youth development, all of those things, and our government trusts us to do those services in the neighborhoods that trust us equally as much. Speaking of trust, here's the data on that. I love to talk about this part. We've been surveying nonprofits public opinion surveying for a long time in San Diego, over 10 years. And regularly, nonprofits are seen as the most trusted by our citizens and survey takers to do a whole host of things, but to provide quality services, more so than government and for-profit agencies. So in a time when confidence is waning in institutions, nonprofits remain the sector that people believe in, and I want you to know that people do think that. We're also a growing philanthropic sector. We have a lot of foundations, and they've been growing, and we've really encouraging giving that's more evolving and more equitable. And the thing that really excites me about all of this is that 2/3 of San Diegans believe that they can make a difference in the lives of their neighbors and communities by working with or donating to nonprofits. So the belief that confidence is in our own capacity to care, what transforms mottos into missions. And when I opened, we looked at that beautiful postcard, the one that shows San Diego at its most beautiful, but what makes the city truly fine isn't what's printed on that postcard, it's what happens here every day with all of your conviction, all of your expertise, all of your care. San Diego is America's finest city because of you, because of nonprofits, the people who turn ideals into impact, who stay vigilant, and who make the public good something we can see and feel. So thank you, thank you, thank you for that work. And however we can be supportive of that at the Nonprofit Institute, please reach out and let us know. And I hope you have a wonderful day together today. And you
Step back over just
Oh.
so we have this ritual.
See, I'm first, so you all can see how it has to go.
Thank you very, very
Okay.
much for the time.
Thank
It was
you.
very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Super.
Oh, thank you so much.
Are you on campus?
Across the world, cities are heating up, and San Diego is no exception. Tree canopy loss is more than an environmental issue, it's a question of equity, health, and survival. Every missing tree means hotter streets, higher energy costs, and fewer safe spaces for communities to thrive. To meet the UN's Sustainable Development Goals for climate action and sustainable cities, we need more than just trees, we need change that lasts. Tree San Diego is leading that movement, restoring shade, rebuilding ecosystems, and reimagining how people and nature coexist. Please welcome to the stage a voice shaping San Diego's green future, Electrofike Data, Executive Director of Tree San Diego.
Do I have a fan? Oh, it's tight. Hello. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I am Electrofike Data. I have the unique honor of serving as Tree San Diego's Executive Director. We are a small but mighty nonprofit, as we've heard today. There's a lot of power, passion, and courageous activity coming from our local nonprofits here. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we do as a nonprofit, if I can find a way to click through that. Oh, did I not know how to? Okay, I got it. Third time's the charm. Thank you for your patience. All right, so we'll be sharing a little bit about why urban forestry matters, what we do about it at Tree San Diego, some of the projects and the programs that we're working on, as well as the impacts that we've made. And in the interest of time, I just want to spotlight what San Diego City is doing. So urban forestry goals, they are top down. We've got regional, well, we've got federal, we've got state, we've got regional, we've got local, we've got communal urban forestry goals. But what we're focusing right now is that urban space. And that urban space is a built environment. And oftentimes we're reintroducing trees into the built environment. City of San Diego has a 13% canopy coverage rate. They're shooting for a 30 to 35%. Seems, low, but that's actually pretty average. We're trying to work to bump that up even to 40, maybe even 50% in our parks and in our streetways. So why are we doing that? There's a lot of benefits that come from trees, right? We get that question a lot. The three that are closest to my heart are reducing urban heat. We live in an area where we're dealing a lot with urban heat from the built environment, sometimes self-imposed. We need to sequester carbon and greenhouse gases, which trees do. And then we're expanding access to green space, right? Not everybody has that, especially in metropolitan areas. We're trying to reintroduce that green space to folks. So at Tree San Diego, we are kind of your one-stop shop, all-inclusive urban forestry team, but we've shifted not just from planting trees, but looking at the workforce that makes that happen, the plan that needs to be in place, the regional urban forestry master plan that needs to be in place, which doesn't exist yet, but you'll hear a little bit more about what the plan is for that, what the plan for the plan is for that. And then obviously planting trees, which wouldn't be possible without people, without labor, without passion, without continual commitment to that mission. So how do we approach urban greening? How do we approach tree planting? These one-time tree plantings, they feel good. You get to take a picture, you put your tree in the ground. Many people forget about it afterwards. But there's a long-term plan to take care of those, especially in the public areas. When we talk about mass tree planting, we're talking about thousands of trees, not tens, not 12s, not hundreds, thousands of trees. So if we're looking at 1, 5, 10,000 trees, we need to address the challenges or the barriers that are already existing. So I went back to our team back in 2022 and I said, look, we're not hitting the thousands. What is the challenge? And we came up with these 5 focus areas. And ironically, the location to plant trees was one of the hardest things to overcome. You can't just plant a tree. You can't just go outside and drop a tree in a park or on the right of way. There's a lot that goes into that. Overhead infrastructure, underground infrastructure. Is there a plan in place for a park to rip up the trees and maybe reevaluate the landscaping in 10 years from now so they won't plant now? Workforce, who's actually taking care of these trees long term? Does the city have a department? Does the city have a forester? Maybe an arborist, maybe not. Not every city does.
So we're looking at all of these pieces. Materials, also something to consider right now. We're dealing with a citrus quarantine, right? Or you've got a palm weevil that's being monitored by our local institutions currently. These things all have to be taken into consideration before we do any mass planting, possibly even just one tree at a time. So water, also something we need to consider. We're in a drought affected area, and then that maintenance might even be more important than that location piece, because again, what happens after everyone takes a picture with their tree and celebrates their tree planting? So what happens in the establishment phase? What do we do 1 year from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now? And how are those eco benefits of those trees being calculated long term? Before we get into just some highlights of some of the successes we've had in the recent years, I do believe tracking progress is everything. It helps us tell our story. We're doing that with some of the best state-of-the-art technology. Obviously, GIS is really hot right now, but it does show a picture of that square that you're seeing up there. That's Balboa Park, thousands of trees. We've got 40,000 trees tracked through our database, most in underserved communities, low-income communities, those affected by urban heat. We brought in an incredible partner called Firewatch to start with multispectral imaging, photogrammetry, that's drones, showing the health of our canopy over time. It's fast, it's cheaper than LiDAR. We can tell that story quickly. We can bring the big printed easels to City Council and explain where we need to plant and what's changed over the course of a planting season or even a couple years. So we are starting to do that more and more, and we're starting to make that more transparent so that folks can understand that we've got many species out there, not all native. There's only a couple that actually thrive here on the native side, and in an urban environment, I'll give you an example. You can't plant an oak tree downtown. Everyone thinks we can do that. We can't do that for various reasons, and we want to bring in a biodiverse, thriving forest so that we can reap the benefits of drawing down urban heat, bringing down the cost of electricity, shading a building, offering shade trees to schools so that our kids don't have the effects of, blacktop heat and other things. So all of that to say, we're starting to build all of those pieces into these programs. Leafing Our Legacy we rolled out last year. That was our first initiative. I remember our team kind of shuddered. I was like, let's give 1,000 trees away. And they were like, what? With what? Labor, right? We have two people at the time. And then we were able to expand that to the next 5,000. And now we're looking at the next 10,000. That's all within 18 months. Why? Because the demand is there. People want trees. I've never seen a single person that hates trees. Fingers crossed. Don't jinx me on this. But I will say in a climate action plan, right, a lot of that is being contested. There's a lot of things that have to be reevaluated, but the trees, never. Everyone loves the trees. It's a visual representation of the investment that the city is making. If you're in the Target parking lot and it's 100 degrees, where are you going to look for shade? It's usually under a tree. That's where you park your car. Like, all of those things are use cases, right? But they're in the built environment. We're bringing them, we're expanding it. We can do that through Leafing Our Legacy by empowering residents to plant trees, no strings attached. Pick up a tree. You can do it today. Sign up. Tree tracks came out of the COVID era. As we re-enter post-COVID, we found that people really were craving to be outside. They wanted to learn about their environment. People were leaving their jobs to go on a camper van and explore the Yosemite and things like that. So we started building I'd say like a tour, we'll say, a tour around the county, one park per municipality, invite everybody there. They get a little passport. At the end of your passport, you get a tree. That's awesome, right? So we started doing that last year. Our biggest one so far is about 60 or 70 people in Balboa Park. Now it's consistent. We've got a lot of people coming out. We're now contracted with multiple cities to do that, to get people excited about climate action plans and their tree initiatives. Tree Stewards actually trains our residents to take care of trees long term. Balboa Park also uses our team to help continue that, to bring back volunteers, not one time, but like 4 or 5, 6 times, so that we can continue doing that at a broader scale and use a train-the-trainer model. And then data and research. Obviously, we can't do any of this without supporting the work that we're doing with accurate data. And right now we're focused on urban heat, as I mentioned a few times, to see how that shade canopy is affecting the effects of urban heat. So Quick shout out to our youth engagement piece. We do have fellowships and internships. I truly believe the future is with our youth right now, and they are impassioned and hungry and ready to do stuff. They were out there for 3 hours digging one hole the other day. I mean, it's incredible they're doing that because they want to make a difference. We're seeing that consistently over and over, and we encourage them to take part in the entire process. I'm sure, as many of you know, in the nonprofit space, we all wear these hats, all the hats, right? We're wearing all the hats. Everything from partner relationships to marketing to trying to tell your mission story to research, community outreach. So our interns, we start them young. They go right to the meetings with us, with the city. They get to listen in, they get to shadow in the field, they get to work with the arborists, they get to prune trees and build berms and track and build their resumes and such. So it's been an incredible opportunity to see them grow through our mission. And then something I want to highlight is that workforce piece I mentioned. We're very lucky to be one of the NGOs in San Diego County to be funded to build a brand new curriculum, kind of the taste, the flavors of urban forestry for entry-level jobs, folks that want to be maybe in job transition or coming out of high school and want to be in the field and want to do this work. So we started doing that a couple years ago. We started with a goal of about 100 candidates, and I'll share some cool metrics on that in a moment. But quick highlight of what we're offering, it's paid training, so you get paid to learn. We're trying to make it as easy and accessible as possible, so we do hybrid at night on Zoom, and then we take them into the field on the weekends. They get to plant trees, they learn about environmental justice and the cultural significance with our tribal partners of oak trees and the story of the oak trees, inventories, GIS, all of it. So it's hands-on, it's really fun. We're recruiting for that right now, and part of that win for us is we are almost at around 200 paid candidates through that program, and we'll be bumping that up more than double. There's a shot of them recently out there planting trees with a tree guard and all the things. I didn't want to show you the post-pounder one because that takes a lot of effort, but if you see some of our photos out there, there's it's the all-inclusive approach to tree planting. So you've got your berm, your mulch, your stake ties, your nails, your tree. And we're not talking like little trees. We're talking 15-gallon, 24-inch box, 36-inch box. It's the 36-inch box. So that takes cranes sometimes, right? It takes 15 people to pull that into a hole in the ground that is usually pre-dug, hopefully, if we've got there in time. So if you're anywhere near the San Diego Library, those huge 36-inch box trees, that's our team. That's our small but mighty team out there, getting as many volunteers as we can to get them in the ground. So the trees that we have planted recently with distributions included, it was about 14,000. We're hoping to bump that up to about 20,000. We hit our 10,000 late last year, and we're already rolling out another 4,000 there. Tree stewardship trainings. These are long-term committed volunteers that want to go through these programs. We're almost at 80, around 70, 78. And then that 190 already paid for and supported by CAL FIRE through a grant that we had the last couple of years. And we've got some wonderful future goals. So I'm just going to highlight this again, this people, plan, and plant model being a somewhat of a like a sustainability-esque, right? Your people, profit, and planet type model. But what we'd like to do is focus on bringing in an additional 300, so almost 500 over the course of the next 2 years. Trade candidates, find them jobs, bump up this workforce as much as we can, because we are seeing an exodus in this space. The Urban Forestry Master Plan, we received funding through the Inflation Reduction Act. We were the only NGO, unfortunately, unfortunately, how you see that, that received that funding here. Many more worthy urban greening institutions here that could have benefited from that. So we're trying to raise all the boats at the same time, bring in partners, and do that through this Urban Forestry Master Plan, which brings every single municipality, every single climate action plan, every single urban forestry plan together to reevaluate it as a region. It's going to take a long time, a couple years, but we've got some wonderful partners building that out with us. So that's a huge part. That is going to build the sustainability of these programs so that we can plant the right tree in the right place with the right care. And again, planting. small amount for this particular grant focus, only 2,000 trees. So we are going to be focused on getting those into our underserved communities, those that have lowest canopy at this time. And then hopefully complement that with the free tree program as well. So I'm going to wrap it up there, but I do want to encourage you all to get involved. If I wouldn't be a nonprofit executive director if I didn't do that. So please come volunteer with us, pick up a free tree, join us in the field if you can for tree stories or tree treks. Promise it's easy on the knees, we keep it light, and become a terrific tree member, and join us online as well if you can. Help us tell that story. There's no partnership that's too crazy or anything like that. We want to find a way to get people involved. And I'll just give a small anecdote to that point. We actually work with the food bank and the blood bank because we have these opportunities to say, hey, you want to save a tree, save a life, you can do two at the same time. Let's find ways to collaborate. There's so many ways to do that. We will find a way to help elevate your mission while we're also getting trees on the ground and elevating ours. I think that is the way of the future, especially now while we're dealing with these uncertain and challenging times. So just wrapping it up, thank you so much for all that you're doing in the nonprofit space. And if any of you are in the environmental space, kudos to you. I know it's an uphill battle right now, but we're doing the work, and it's a pleasure and an honor to do this with Trees San Diego, and I hope you guys see us in the field. Thank you, thank you. Oh, geez. I didn't know I got one of those too. Oh my, I did not know. How fancy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you. A lot of information there.
I'm just changing the podium because
Okay, sounds good.
it's a lighting.
And then do I get a clicker as well? The clicker?
Yeah, click it.
Oh, it's up there, okay. Well, look at that. Cool. Okay, good afternoon or good morning, everyone. My name's Alex, and I'm here on behalf of. One second. I'll walk and talk.
In every community, there are bright young minds held back not by talent, but by circumstance. For high-achieving teens from low-income families, opportunity can feel out of reach, college dreams dimmed by barriers they didn't create. A Bridge for Kids is changing that. Through mentorship, sponsorship, and personal support, they're helping students rise above limitations and step into leadership. Aligned with SDG 4 Quality Education, their work reminds us that when one student crosses the bridge to opportunity, an entire generation follows. Please welcome to the stage Alex Moe, Director of Marketing of A Bridge for Kids, building pathways to brighter futures.
That was pretty cool. I guess we all get one of those. Okay, so good morning. My name's Alex, and I'm here with A Bridge for Kids. We'll give it 1 second here. Well, before we get started, I want everyone to think back to when you were 14 or 15 years old. What kept you up at night? Was it homework, a big presentation the next day, maybe a big sports game? Now, instead of wondering about Friday night plans, imagine wondering whether your parents can pay rent, whether you're going to go to bed hungry or not, or if you'll even get the chance to go to college. This is the reality that thousands of students here in San Diego are facing every day. Again, I'm Alex, and I'm here on behalf of A Bridge for Kids, a small nonprofit built to help high-achieving low-income teens get into college. We have a simple belief that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. And every day I meet high-achieving, brilliant teens who are hardworking and full of dreams, but are blocked, as the video said, by no fault of their own due to financial circumstances. And before we dive into A Bridge for Kids and everything we do here, let's talk about one of our students, Jose. This is Jose. He grew up in Tijuana, and as you may know, being San Diego locals, Tijuana is one of the highest crime rate cities in the world. And as a little boy, he witnessed violence and crimes that no child should ever have to see. So his family, searching for a better life, tried to chase a dream of education for Jose. So Jose began going to school in the US, in San Diego, where he would cross the border every day, waking up at 2 a.m. and would go to school, and then his father would pick him up, returning to the house at 8 p.m. that day. A huge day for a kid. And as time went on, every border crossing became more and more of a risk that they wouldn't be able to get in. So chasing this dream of education, they moved to America. And this dream didn't last long when it was shattered by his parents being deported, where Jose was forced to make the impossible decision to stay in America without his family, where he slept on the borrowed floor of a garage using a towel as a pillow and a sheet as a blanket. And in spite of all of this, Jose continued to be an exemplary student in school with a 4.27 GPA. He became the first student ever at Crawford to get a 5 on the AP exam. He led his cross-country team as a captain to the CIF championship, where he broke multiple school records. And on top of all of this, he worked a 70-plus hour work week at the San Diego Zoo just to feed himself and to send money to his family. It's crazy. And then, chasing this dream of education, he went on to graduate as valedictorian, where he went to attend UPenn University to study economics to continue chasing this dream of education that his family set for him, all with A Bridge for Kids by his side. And the point of this story is that, yes, Jose right here, he is exemplary, he is awesome, but his situation is nothing short of extraordinary. There are thousands of students out there who face similar circumstances every day. So on the screen here, you'll see 620 little people. And that's not just some random number or anything. This is these students here represent 476,000 students in our public school system, all right? Of all the students here on this screen, what would you think the percentage is of students who are low income? 60%, illustrated by the students here in blue. That's 286,000 students who have potentially stories just like Jose. And with talented and driven students who are left to navigate these systems without them in mind. And with only one college counselor per 620 students that you see here, that's double the recommended ratio by the American School Counselor Association. It's so easy for our students to get lost in the crowd. And this ratio is just the tip of the iceberg. The collegiate application system has become a heavily monetized process favoring more affluent students. The SAT, for example, standardized testing, things like the SAT and the ACT have time and time again proven to favor higher income students who can afford this niche and expensive application or expensive preparatory class. And this is not new news, right? We're seeing studies from New York Times, Harvard, Wall Street Journal, Brown, NBC, and a bunch of other sources that, again, prove that there's a direct correlation between income and high SAT, ACT scores. And that's where Bridge for Kids steps in. Rather than offering a single program to fix one problem, we offer our students with a roadmap to surround them with a comprehensive suite of programs and opportunities all geared towards getting them into college. So, what does that mean? We have financial sponsorship. $1,000 that all of our students can spend on academics, athletics, arts. One story that always sticks out to me with this particular program is what I like to call the eraser story. And we were telling a student how to spend his sponsorship funds, and it has to fall in one of those 3 buckets: academics, athletics, arts. And he said, "Does that mean I can buy an eraser?" And we said, "Yes, of course you can buy an eraser." And he said, "Oh, that's really cool. I've never owned an eraser before." And so that right there sunk with me, because it made me realize that something that I've always taken for granted, like an eraser, could mean so much to someone else, right? So this illustrated a few things: that we are not only offering our students the basic necessities that they need to thrive in school, but we are also allowing them to, or we're telling them that we believe in them. And we are giving them the opportunity to have these resources without having to go and ask their parents for money that they didn't already have. All right? Next, we have tutoring, which is we help pair them with a tutor, and we offer them a tutor in any class they need help with. We have SAT and ACT prep, which we kind of nailed in the point earlier. We're leveling the playing field here. We offer SAT and ACT prep for all of our students. We have a health and wellness program, which is a new program where we help our students stay well-rounded by offering fun activities like rock climbing or ice skating or bowling. We go camping on Catalina. We went to a Broadway show the other day. Just fun activities that we want them to try. And an impact story that I like to share here is our student V, who she recently saw like a TikTok or something, and it told her to say yes to things. Try new things, try fun things. And then she received an email from me saying, "Come rock climbing." And she is so afraid of heights, but this TikTok told her to do it, so she said yes, and she signed up, and she shows up. It's a Saturday, we're about to rock climb. She gets on the rope, and her knees are shaking, her palms are sweating a ton. She's so scared, but she does it anyways, right? And then she started to realize, she wrote us this whole essay afterwards, and she was like, this made me realize that I can do things, right? Saying yes to things can only help me, and it's not as bad as it sounds once you actually get there and you start doing it. And this yes mentality started going into other things, into her academics and college applications, where then she decided, yes, I am going to apply to my dream school. And now she's at UCLA. We also have technology equality. When you think of a student, what's the first thing you think of that's going to be in their backpack besides an eraser? It's a laptop. Every student has a laptop, but not every one of our students or every student in general has a laptop. So in this upcoming digital age, access to adequate technology is paramount to student success. All of our students get a laptop and access to Wi-Fi if they need it at home. We also have college application counseling. As you know, with Jose, all of our students have a story to tell. We just help them put it into paper. And we do so by pairing them with a critically acclaimed author to help them tell their stories. We have mentorship, where we help them navigate these collegiate roadmaps and application systems. And one thing that's really cool, over the last 12 years of running the nonprofit, we have seen students go through the program, graduate from college, and then come back to sponsor and mentor their own students. And who better to mentor these students than the ones who have actually gone through it themselves and took advantage of all of our resources. And lastly, we have college tours on both the East Coast and West Coast. They're super fun. They take about a week, and we travel either from San Diego all the way to Stanford, or we will fly to the East Coast, where it's, for the most of our students, it's their first time on a plane. And illustrating the impact of these college tours, we were at Yale one year, and this was 5 years ago. We were with a student named Marilyn. We asked her, "What do you think?" And she said, "Oh, it's great, but I could never afford it." And we said, "Well, how much do you think this costs?" And she's like, "I don't know, 50,000, 70,000 a year, 80,000. We said, "Well, no. For you, it's free. Because for a student like you, with the story you have, with the grades you have, and the test scores you put out, and your background, you would get in for free." And she didn't really believe us, but she said, okay, I'll apply. And guess what? She got in for free ride to Yale. Her sister, give it up for Marilyn. Yep. She had a little sister who was 4 years younger, who went on the same exact college tours with us 4 years later. This was last year, and toured Yale. We asked her the same question, do you like it? She said, yes, my sister went here, I want to go. And she also applies and also gets in. So these college tours, they just show these students that they do belong here. And perhaps most importantly, out of all of these programs, we create a community that believes in our students and shows them that they can do things. And that's why, and now let's talk about our students. So as much as we want to help every single student in San Diego, all 476,000 of them, we don't have the means or resources to do so. And that's why we focus on students who are working the hardest despite the steepest of odds. We support high-achieving teens from low-income families, almost all of whom are first generation, and all of which qualify for free and reduced priced meals, which means, I might have mentioned this earlier, they're operating at $40,000, $500 or less for a family of 4 per year, all right? These are the students who show up early, stay late, and keep striving even when resources are scarce. These are the Jose's of our community. So now the fun slides that everyone likes to see. This was in Catalina when we were camping, by the way. This is our impact. Over the last 12 years, we've awarded over 1,000 sponsorships. This year alone, we've achieved our 5-year goal of sponsoring 200 students at one time. We have had a 100% high school graduation and college attendance rate over the last 8 years, hundreds of college campus visits, which equals hundreds of miles walked. And just last Saturday, we raised a record-breaking amount at our Dreammakers Gala of $360,000 in a single night. Thank you, thank you. And the impact doesn't stop there. Our students are thriving at some of the nation's most respected institutions. So give a shout out if you hear your college here. We'll start with UCSD, SDSU, Stanford, USC, UC Berkeley, UC Irvine, UCLA, UCSB, UC Riverside, Providence, Amherst, ASU, UVA, TCU, Northwestern, Swarthmore, Johns Hopkins, Vanguard, MIT, UPenn, Cornell, Columbia, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Dartmouth. And that's just, guys, that's just the last 3 years. We've been operating for 12 years. So now you know what we do. You've seen the numbers behind our work, and you know who we are, because I'm the only employee. But the numbers only go so far. I want you to meet another student of ours, Brianna. Like Jose, she grew up with tremendous potential, but very few resources. And with A Bridge for Kids, she was able to turn this potential into possibility. So let's hear it from her directly. Play the video.
My name is Brianna Diaz, and I am proud to say that I am a first-generation Latina who beat the odds against me with A Bridge for Kids by my side. Growing up, I would wake up at 3 a.m. to cross the border for a chance at a better life, at an education. Visiting colleges all over the country, a new pair of running shoes, a camera, or the chance to pursue hobbies that I enjoyed, these seemed unimaginable to me. Survival mode was all I knew. I was so concerned with surviving my circumstances that I never thought or even had time to believe in myself. But when I met A Bridge for Kids, everything changed. They were the first to hear my story and actually care. With the support of my sponsor, I was able to afford running shoes, so I no longer had to run with holes in them. I finally could afford the athletic apparel that I needed. My world really changed when A Bridge for Kids took me all over the country to visit universities. This is what made me realize my potential and the power of believing in myself and my dreams. Their sponsorship was much more than relieving a financial burden. They were my family. They are my family. So I am here today to tell you the rest of my story. I graduated from UCLA, the #1 public university in the US. I quit my 9-to-5 job at age 22. I run my own business as an online coach, teaching women how to live healthy lives through fitness and nutrition. I change lives every single day. And I would have not been able to do this without a bridge for kids standing by my side. My name is Brianna Diaz, and my dream is that the next generation hear my story and remember that it is possible to break through the glass ceiling. Thank you, A Bridge for Kids. I would not have been able to do this without you all.
So it looks like I'm out of time here, so I'm just gonna skip through a few things. But Brianna is another amazing example of what can happen when incredible resilience is matched with timely support. When a student has the drive but lacks the access to tutoring, technology, mentors, or even basic school supplies, their path, like an eraser, their path narrows significantly. But when access is provided, that changes everything. The maze of college admissions becomes navigable, goals become reachable, dreams become actionable. And for time's sake, I'll end you with this here. If you've ever wondered what your role is in addressing inequality, here it is. Mentor a student, fund a sponsorship, partner with us, or anyone else who advocates for accessible and equal education. Share our story and share their stories. Mayerling, Valerie, V, Jose. Every brick you lay, every dollar you give, every hour you spend extends our bridge a little further. And when one student crosses, a family can follow, and then a community, creating generational change. You have the power to help build the bridge to a brighter future. Thank you. Right.
Very nice. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Aging should bring comfort, not fear. Yet across San Diego, thousands of older adults face hunger, homelessness, and isolation, a silent crisis that grows each year. Serving seniors is redefining what it means to age with dignity. Through nutritious meals, housing, healthcare, and community connection, they are ensuring that no one is left behind. Their mission speaks to SDG 1, no poverty, and SDG 3, good health and well-being, proving that compassion and care can transform lives at every age. Please welcome to the stage, Melinda Forsty, President and CEO of Serving Seniors, leading change for our elders.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today to share with you a topic that is near and dear to my heart and is at the core of our mission, and that is older adult homelessness. I want to start with a bold statement. We can end homelessness, and more specifically, we can end homelessness for older adults, the individuals I have the privilege of serving each and every day. It will take political will, it'll take community support, and it'll take awareness, but it is achievable with the right solutions. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about serving seniors and what we do as an organization. Our mission is helping seniors in poverty live healthy and fulfilling lives. We provide wraparound services, including meals, housing, case management, and enrichment activities throughout the county. We're as far north as Oceanside to San Ysidro, and as far east as Ramona. But before we jump into the impact that serving seniors has, I want to share with you a little bit more about the seniors that we serve. We are really focused on older adults that are most in need. And nearly 9 out of 10 of the thousands of seniors that we serve are living below the federal poverty level. This translates into $1,200 of income a month. For the seniors that are housed, after paying rent, they are left with less than $10 a day for everything else: food, medication, transportation. $10 a day. Try to imagine surviving on that, just trying to use that to meet your basic needs. And that's where serving seniors comes in. Here's a snapshot of some of the impact that we've had over the last year alone. We've been able to serve over 13,000 older adults. We've provided over 1.5 million meals through senior centers and through our home delivered meals program. We provided tens of thousands of case management visits, connecting older adults to pertinent resources in the community. We provided homes to over 600 seniors through our affordable housing communities. And we've also gotten dozens of more off the streets and into programs through our homelessness programs. Now I'm going to transition into some stark numbers to share with all of you. As you can see from the screen, right here in our community of San Diego, 1 out of 3 individuals currently experiencing homelessness is aged 55 and above. If you look across the state, the number grows. Nearly 1 out of 2 individuals in California who are unhoused are 50 and above. And across the country, almost 250,000 older adults will become unhoused by 2026. So several years ago, back in 2019, serving seniors started to see the shift in numbers. Not only are older adults the fastest growing population, they're the fastest population becoming unhoused. So we decided to do some research. There was lots of local community plans out there on how to combat housing and homelessness. We did a keyword search of seniors and older adults. It didn't come up once in any of the plans that we saw. So that's when we decided to take things into our own hands. And we partnered with a local evaluation firm and launched a comprehensive needs assessment. We surveyed over 400 older adults in our community, half of whom were currently experiencing homelessness, and the other half who were on the cusp of losing their housing. Our goal was to identify the problem, identify the solution, and be loud, be the voices for the older adults in our community. When the data came back, the results were clear. This is an economic issue. The large majority of the seniors we spoke with became unhoused due to the loss of a job, the loss of a spouse or partner, a medical issue, and often, and even more increased rents on a fixed income. So we had our big aha moment when we spoke with the seniors. The majority of them shared they just needed a few $100s a month in rental assistance. If we had just provided them with $300 to $500 a month, they would have been able to stay housed. And so that's why we identified one of our key solutions as shallow rental subsidies. Now, if you do the math and crunch the numbers, a minor investment of a few $100s a month that goes directly to the landlord and frees up that money so folks can pay for things that they've been neglecting, like food, like medication, compared to the cost of an individual living on the streets over the course of a year at $40,000 to $50,000, the numbers speak for themselves. But it's not just about the numbers, of course. It's about prevention, and it's about honoring the seniors in our community and being able to prevent them from losing their housing in the first place. But we need to attack this from all angles. We need to build more affordable housing. The average length of time to build affordable housing in California is 7 years. Some units can cost anywhere from $500,000 to almost $1 million to build for affordable housing. We also need to continue to provide wraparound services to ensure that seniors have access to the support and resources they need. And we also need to address the older adults who are currently on our streets. We need to expand and create age-friendly shelters. In our research, many of the seniors shared they often avoided shelters. Many were not appropriate for older adults with ambulatory issues or additional health issues. There were concerns about safety. And lastly, there just simply are not enough shelters. So, what have we done? So we released the findings of the needs assessment in 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic, and we went on what we call our Zoom World Tour. So we met with elected officials at the local level, the state level, and the federal level. And we shared with them these tangible, achievable solutions for older adult homelessness. We also engaged the philanthropic community and partnered with foundations to continue this work. We engaged with the media, held press conferences, did a lot of op-eds. Most importantly, we were loud. Since then, we've made incredible progress. We're thrilled to share that both the City of San Diego and the County of San Diego have launched their own shallow rental subsidy programs. And more communities are joining. Just a few months ago, the City of Chula Vista launched their own shallow rental subsidy program. We've also partnered with foundations, and Serving Seniors has several shallow rental subsidy programs up and running now. Since 2021, we've also been able to add 2 affordable housing communities to our portfolio, providing hundreds of more homes for older adults. And we have another one that's coming online in the Claremont neighborhood in March. If you look to the picture in the top right and the bottom left, these are the real seniors that we're serving. These are folks that have benefited from the work we've been able to do since launching this assessment, whether that is moving into a brand new home or being the recipient of a shallow rental subsidy and being able to stay in their home. But of course, we know the work continues. And so we have our North Star. And while foundations and philanthropy have done an incredible job of stepping in, we know we need to expand and continue to partner with the government. And that's why we are determined to expand shallow rental subsidies across the state in 2027. I next want to share with you a quote from another one of our recipients. This is Diane, and she lives in one of our housing communities. She's been receiving shallow subsidies since 2022. Since entering this program, she's been connected to case management, and she's been starting to receive resources that she didn't even know she was eligible for. She started doing yoga, participating in education and exercise classes. But most importantly, she can sleep at night because she's not worried about losing the roof over her head. So I want to end with a call to action. And I really want everyone in this room and everyone watching to understand the power we all have as individuals and as a community. You've already started by educating yourself by being here today. It's critical that we learn about the issues that impact our community members, that we learn about the amazing organizations that are in this room with us today and the work they're doing, and that we also educate ourselves on the solutions that we know work, that are achievable, and just need will and support to scale up. In addition to that, I encourage everyone to be an advocate. There's so many different ways you can advocate. You can just start by chatting with your family and friends about a mission or issue that's important to you. But stay aware. I know we can feel like we're being bombarded, but it is important to be aware and know that when we speak up, when we come together as a community, we can really make change. You've seen it at the local level. We're going to make change at the state level, and we know we can make it at the federal level too. Volunteering is another way to get engaged. I've had many of my friends' children come down to our main center on 4th and Beach downtown, and it's been just so heartwarming for them to see the challenges our seniors are going through when they're serving them a meal, but also see the resilience that our seniors have and how much our seniors give back. I always say, we don't just serve our seniors serve us right back. And lastly, I'll end with, of course, as a nonprofit, if you're able to, we always encourage folks to donate to an organization or need that you have a passion for. That can be $5, it can be a donation of time, it can be a donation of blankets or goods. But when we come together as a community, when we care for one another, we have the power, the collective power, to make real change. Thank you all for letting me share the story of serving seniors and the incredible older adults we serve. And thank you all for the incredible work that you do each day.
Break now, and again the session starts at 12 o'clock, and so it's a 20 minutes break. Okay, we have coffee and other things there. Let's have some talk and coffee. Let's start again. Now we have a young change maker to share her story, how she is impacting lives.
Health inequities continue to divide our world, where access to care often depends on where you're born or who you are. For millions, the promise of good health remains out of reach. But a new generation is refusing to accept that future. At the University of Washington, Shreya Suresh stands at the intersection of science, service, and compassion, from advancing early detection of ovarian cancer to creating inclusive spaces for children with special needs through Lift the Spirit. Her voice represents SDG 3, good health and well-being, and the belief that innovation and empathy together can heal the world. Please welcome to the stage, Shreya Suresh, a young changemaker inspiring impact.
While the presentation is being pulled up, I will be talking to you guys about my journey and how empathy has inspired me to take action and create meaningful change for underserved communities around me. And my presentation is going to be a little different. I'm going to talk about my nonprofit and the work I've done and how expanding that has also led me to find new avenues where I also follow that same message of creating change for underserved communities. So just a little bit about me. I'm a senior undergraduate student at the University of Washington and also an aspiring physician. A lot of my exploration in the medical field has included a wide range of experiences, from research and clinical work to also community service and mentorship. I was recently honored with the Husky 100, which is a distinction for 100 students at the University of Washington who has made the most of their time in and outside the classroom. And throughout my whole journey so far, I've had a deep commitment to equity, compassion, and understanding to really serve the people around me. So that commitment led me to start Lift the Spirit. I started this nonprofit in high school, and with the one goal of improving the quality of life for special needs children. Growing up, I always had special education classes around me and people with disabilities that I didn't feel that I was close enough with. I wanted to understand them more, to help them, and that led me to this nonprofit where I create tools, I help build skills, and also provide emotional support for people with disabilities to reach their full potential, and also create these comforting and inclusive spaces for them to thrive. So a few months after I started my nonprofit is when the COVID pandemic hit. And so that wasn't the most ideal situation, but we made it work. And talking to special education teachers and the parents of those with disabilities, I realized that the pandemic caused a situation where their primary source of interaction, engagement, and communication was gone. And a lot of them struggled with switching to virtual learning and sitting in front of a screen and trying to comprehend what was being taught to them. And so to combat that, I started a project called Share to Care, and we gave kits that included iPads loaded with a lot of ebooks and activities like coloring pages, word searches, and also writing prompts or talking prompts that they could engage with by themselves or with their parents. And we also made sure that we were going through what the parents wanted, the goals they had for their children, and addressing that in the same way. And the success rate for that was very great. Everyone who utilized these kits had an increased amount of engagement, and the teachers at the special education classes vouched for them, saying that they were able to be more engaged on the screen and stay there and be very aware in these situations. And also all of them improved in their reading comprehension skills drastically. And finally, when the pandemic stopped, we were able to branch our mission to multiple high school chapters. And these are all schools in the Bay Area, one of them including my high school. And we were able to start these programs called Student Pen Pals, where high school volunteers would then be partnered up with students with disabilities in their special education classes. And they would foster a connection, and they would build these inclusive environments by meeting once a week and just doing activities that they liked, or writing letters if they wanted to improve writing and comprehension. And so they very much tailor it to the individual they're working with, and they're able to foster these very comforting environments where they also fundraise for them and also have these big community events where they'll rent bikes and have all of the class students participate in that as well. So I've had a lot of personal experiences kickstarting Lift the Spirit as well. During the pandemic, I heard the concerns and voices of the parents and special education teachers and wanted to take action myself against that. And that's when I started one-on-one Zoom sessions. And there was two very predominant impact stories that I had from that. One of them was a student named Alice, and she was 22 years old, which is the cutoff age for public high schools and staying within these classrooms. Her parents were very concerned on how they would communicate and engage with her when they're full-time at work and what her life would be after. And that's when we started texting every single week for over a year, just an hour texting sessions that allowed her to then be able to text her parents independently. And ultimately that resulted in her parents having the reassurance and confidence to send Alice to a special needs center where she's currently now thriving and learning every single day. Another story is a boy named Colin who struggled with autism. virtual learning was a very hard time for him. He struggled engaging and really, he couldn't even sit in front of the laptop for more than an hour. So it was really taxing on the teacher and also his parents, who also were working full time through all of this to support him. We had our Zoom sessions once a week as well, and it started off a lot rockier than Alice. I had to really get to know Colin, his interests, his passions, what books he liked, what shows he liked to watch, and I utilized that to personalize all of our Zoom sessions to help him with communication and engagement and confidence. I performed similar Zoom sessions during COVID for younger children with autism, ADHD, and other cognitive disabilities in collaboration with Stanford, and that definitely taught me a lot more on how to communicate with them, how to engage with them, and get these telltale signs of when I should switch a topic or change up what I'm doing to make them more comfortable. And additionally, once COVID ended as well, I became a teaching assistant to see how their classrooms operated. So I was aware of the best ways to help them and the best ways to put my foot through the door and make a real difference. And each interaction taught me about new issues to combat and new problems that are very relevant to their field. And I realized that the group that I wanted to target the most was that age range between their last few years in high school to life outside. It was very unknown, and there wasn't that many resources to help them. And so I'm currently working on a couple things right now. I want to implement safety and social curriculums in special education classes so their transition to outside life is a little bit easier. I also want to create job support programs for people with disabilities so that they have a sense of belonging and a sense of purpose coming out, and something that they can be independent for and have the confidence to do. And lastly, a big important part is having safe and secure housing for those who need it, and also centers where they can continue to grow and learn outside of school. So to switch topics here a little bit, my nonprofit taught me so much. It taught me how to be more personal, professional, and also gave me leadership experiences and problem-solving skills. But going into college, I was on this pre-med track, and I was getting more exposure into the medical field and being more hands-on with the community around me in different avenues. And I realized that this big problem was overlooming within all the fields I was serving, which was healthcare access and healthcare inequalities. There was many underserved communities, from unhoused individuals to the special needs families that I was talking to and more, that faced all of this economic hardship and poverty, which was one aspect of this inequality, and also stigma and cultural and language barriers that was also a big impact. For example, the parents of special needs children always communicated to me how they often felt unheard and overlooked in the medical field due to stigma and also the lack of resources and interventions that were available to them. And I realized that the empathy that drove me to start my nonprofit Lift the Spirit could be continued to serve different avenues. And that's when my path expanded a little bit. So as a researcher, I began understanding how inequities in representation and access shape who's really benefiting from scientific progress. And that was really relevant as I do research in ovarian cancer, which is one very female dominated, another there's not a lot of research on different races, and so there was a lot of issues there that I was identifying. As a medical scribe, I saw the disparities firsthand. I saw people come in and have delayed access to care due to not having insurance or being homeless and all of these different problems. But I was also able to join student organizations at the University of Washington to give back to the community in other ways. I was expanding my nonprofit on one hand and continuing that and making sure I was making an impact, but I could also put my foot in the door into other nonprofits and organizations that many of you guys here have. So just to go briefly through some of these, I work in the emergency department at Overlake Medical Center in Washington, and I have learned from the healthcare teams how to approach every patient with empathy and compassion and understand their stories to treat them better. And I've also been able to have publications where I'm making unique cases that aren't really heard of aware to medical specialists, and so that they can look back on it and reference it if they ever have something similar. I'm also very grateful for my research lab that I've been part of since the beginning of college, where they allowed me to do my own independent project on ovarian cancer, and I hope that the outcomes of that will be very relevant in the findings of early detection methods that can help many people after. And most importantly, and the most relevant here, student-run organizations. So these are 3 that I'm part of, but college is big. There's a lot of organizations, and I could list 5 more that I'm part of, but these are the big ones that I have been able to do the most good for my community. For example, in NARCare, we give Narcan to unhoused individuals in Seattle. It's a big problem. There's a lot of overdoses, and being able to go directly to them, hear their stories, go to homeless shelters, and provide them with healthcare access that they didn't have before. A lot of them have witnessed overdoses but didn't have Narcan to provide to their friends. And there was a lot of personal stories that I heard, and we are actively raising awareness for that and fighting against it. For Perfect Pair, I know we had a nonprofit which was serving seniors, and this is a little similar. We try to combat that isolation and loneliness that senior care homes have and the residents feel and just by going there, throwing events, and even if it's just like they're writing letters to their friends who are long distance, or they just want to paint pumpkin plates. Like, very small things really make a difference, and their impact is very heard just by seeing the smiles on their faces and how excited they are to be there. And lastly, We Care, a little also very different as well. As common theme, there's a lot of different avenues that I've been partaking in, but through We Care, we provide HIV vaccinations to underserved girls and child brides in India, in rural India, who don't have healthcare access, who don't have education, and that has been very successful. We work with foundations there, and about 90% of the girls who are at these centers are vaccinated now. So that concludes my talk, but I want to leave you guys with a couple key messages that most of you are probably aware of working in the nonprofit space, but I think the viewers would definitely benefit from. Every story matters. I think everyone here has had an impactful story that you realized makes a big difference and continues our drive to do more good. And we have a lot to learn, so I encourage everyone to take the time to talk to different people, diverse communities, and I promise you there's so much to learn from them, and we will grow as people and learn so much. Additionally, empowering one voice empowers us all. My nonprofit started with me taking out recycling with a special needs child. It was very simple and it was very small, but I saw the impact it had, and that just grew and grew and grew. And that can be done by volunteering, getting involved with your community, and also even bigger things like innovations and methods to help. And lastly, partnerships are essential in creating lasting change. There is an infinite amount of ways to get involved. There's so many organizations that are ready to have you and ready for you to contribute. And I encourage all of us to step out there, volunteer for different organizations, and do better for our community. So that finally concludes my talk, and thank you so much for taking the time to listen.
Every child deserves someone in their corner, a voice that says, "You matter." Yet too many grow up without a steady mentor to guide or believe in them. For over a century, Big Brothers Big Sisters has filled that gap, matching youth with mentors who help them unlock their potential and shape their future. In San Diego, their programs uplift children from all backgrounds, including military families. Their mission speaks to SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 10, reduced inequalities, reminding us that one relationship can change the course of a life. Please welcome to the stage, Tina Rose, Chief Executive Officer of Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Diego County, igniting potential through the power of connection.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, we're getting everything locked in. I'm Tina Rose. I'm the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Diego County, but I'm also a mom of 2 amazing teenagers. And our mission is a 120-year-old mission. Big Brothers Big Sisters creates and supports one-to-one mentoring relationships that ignite the power and the promise of our youth. And my journey with Big Brothers Big Sisters and this mission began almost 30 years ago when I was working in college in a group home. And then fast forward to opening a foster and adoption agency, a branch agency here in San Diego. And while I knew we were providing crisis intervention and a critical safe place for children who had experienced abuse and neglect, something gnawed in me, a question. What if we could step ahead of that crisis and provide support sooner? And that question kind of stirred with me for a number of years. And then I was listening to the president and his State of Union address in 2003, and he shared passionately about mentoring and the impacts, the positive impacts that he sees in families and communities. And it was like a light bulb moment for me. I thought, this is it. Mentoring is how we swim upstream and provide resources now to help children and families now so we can channel them down a different path towards new opportunities. And so that's why I'm here. And I have been honored to have a front row seat to watch thousands of lives change over the last 21 years at my time at this organization. And at Big Brothers Big Sisters, we don't just talk about potential, we ignite it. So by activating the most powerful catalyst that we have in our possession, and that's a professionally supported one-to-one mentoring relationship. Our highly trained staff strategically match bigs, caring adults, with our children at promise, who we affectionately call littles. And this is a proven both prevention and intervention plan. It's built on rigorous safety standards and best practices, and it's meant to forge friendships that build resilience, confidence, and a vision for success. Simply put, we are an evidence-based engine for social change. Today, while we're thinking globally about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, I want to show you why thinking locally about one child and one relationship and investing in one child can be the most monumental step we take towards a healthier society, bridging inequalities within our communities, and securing a massive return on investment that transforms social good into long-term economic stability. So, what's holding us back? Right here in San Diego, we have a crisis of opportunity. We have hundreds of kids waiting for someone to ignite their potential. And while these characteristics don't define our youth, they're navigating multiple barriers to reaching their potential. 76% of our youth are experiencing economic hardship at home. And we know that that's 7 times more likely to drop out as a high school student as a result. Nearly half of them have been exposed to trauma, leading to long-term mental and physical implications. Close to 10% have a parent that's incarcerated, leading to increased in recidivism. And 25% have a military-connected parent. And this one is important to San Diego, right? This is important to families like mine. I grew up in a military family. Military families are facing deployments, they're facing multiple moves, multiple schools, and a loss of that connection to their extended family who they've had to move away from, as well as sometimes a loss of a parent. For all these youth, a big brother or big sister is a stabilizing force. However, the stark reality is that 1 in 3 of the children here in San Diego and nationwide do not have access to a mentor. And that's where formal mentoring can come in. Boys right now make up 70% of our waiting list. So while we serve an equal number of boys and girls, our waiting list consists of mostly boys. And right now they're waiting about 7 months on the average. We know a lot can happen in 7 months. And in worst case scenarios, some don't get matched at all, which can lead to isolation and a lack of belief in their future and a disconnection. And this disconnection was recently talked about in a New York Times article, which articulated too many young men today are becoming unwoven from the fabric of our society. This disconnection is not only dangerous for them, it's dangerous for every single one of us. We have to provide the positive, pro-social approach that is currently lacking. So this challenge is actually not unprecedented. There was a boy problem in the 1990s, and it was driven by massive social change and growing inequality, and it led to an extraordinary civic response, including the founding of Big Brothers in 1904. But now 120 years later, we need that same commitment, that same response for this generation of boys. So what are we doing about it? We are answering the call by driving change, not just locally, but statewide. So we're helping lead the 10,000 Men Service Challenge. And this is in partnership with the governor's office to recruit men across the state to stand up and serve. Our governor said in his executive order, it's about showing a young man that he matters, that there's a path for him of purpose, dignity, work, and real connection. That's what Big Brothers Big Sisters does every day, one match at a time. And speaking of a match, I'd love to introduce you to Adrian and Matt. They're a match that I've gotten to know well over the last few months, and they're really the heart of our mission. Little brother Adrian, at just 12 years old, had this sudden and devastating loss of his mother. And in the midst of that loss and in the midst of his grief and fear, he reached out to his lifeline, his big brother Matt. And in the difficult months that followed, Matt became Adrian's anchor. He really became an empathetic ear because Matt himself also had just recently lost his own brother. They reminded each other to find joy in the little things, as simple as an ice cream cone, a walk on the beach, sharing holiday memories, or just those funny inside jokes that kept them smiling even on the hardest days. And Adrian could have become unwoven, just like so many other boys are. But Matt provided a consistent, safe place. And that tethered him, right? That was his connection point, grounding him to hope and a strong mindset during this life-altering trauma. Matt showed up when it mattered most. And our community mentoring program is built on those values of consistency and reliability. It's not about expensive outings. It is just about showing up. And we actually offer a lot of fun, free group activities. I was just telling someone, I think we've had 50 this year. Everything from, we did bay fishing last Friday, and this Saturday we're doing a salsa bachata dance clinic. Don't worry, I'm not teaching it. But it sounds like a lot of fun. And we also have a program called Sports Bigs. It's an innovative program where we provide tickets to all sorts of sporting events throughout the year, Padre games, and we also put on sports clinics with some of our partners. Things like ultimate frisbee with the San Diego Growlers, or a basketball clinic with the San Diego State men's Aztec team. And through this, a trusted mentoring relationship, our bigs teach resilience. They deepen their communication skills, and they forge a mutually beneficial bond where both the big and the little benefit. So, with scores of third-party research validating our mentoring program, our model is not based on assumptions. Our impact is measurable and proven over decades of research. We are a proven upstream solution. So I could pick a lot of different things to talk about, but I want to highlight 2 research studies that were groundbreaking and released just this year. And the first one is a rigorous 4-year study that was produced, supported by Arnold Ventures, and really considered the gold star of research, the gold standard of research. And this confirmed our impact, that 31% decrease in violence-related delinquent behavior. A third of our littles are less likely to engage in risky behaviors altogether, and they are far less likely to drop out of school. But this one I want you to hear. 42% are less likely to report suicidal thoughts. Talk about saving lives just by telling a child that they matter. The next one is a long-term economic mobility study out of Harvard and the US Treasury that is rooted in 30 years of data. And what it found out was amazing. Our littles, specifically our littles, are 20% more likely to go to college, 15% higher earnings over the lifetime, and that's closing the economic gap by 2/3. Our work is a direct and powerful investment in the global sustainable development goals. We advance quality education. Our littles are more confident in their schoolwork. 52% are less likely to skip class. And locally, our high school seniors have averaged a 94% graduation rate over the last 3 years, with 42% becoming first-generation college students. We know that higher education is a strong predictor of long-term economic stability. And our Big Futures initiative ensures that youth stay on a path to graduation with a plan post-secondary to persist. And with 80% of our 2025 graduating class continuing their education after high school, we are actively addressing the decent work and economic growth goal. We reduce inequalities by closing that socioeconomic gap for our youth, driving powerful upward mobility. Our bigs bridge access to social capital. They do this by introducing their littles to their network, providing career advice, soft skills, and professional expectations. We often say, if you can see it, you can be it. And it reminds me of one of our little sisters, Jackie, who right now is studying at Berkeley. She's studying law there because she was so inspired by her big sister, Shireen, who is a corporate lawyer right here in San Diego. So, on top of all that, we also found that the government can recoup the cost of a match through increased tax revenue in just 7 years. Mentoring is not charity. It is the most cost-effective social investment in our community today. As a leader in my organization, it's my job to ensure that every child who wants a big gets one, and that no one is left behind. So today, I want to ask my Changemaker friends here, can you help us scale this model? By either volunteering as big, we definitely need big brothers. We also need women in geographical areas. We also have a big couples program where you can actually volunteer together. And we have a particular need for Spanish speakers. So are you ready to become a mentor? Do you know someone who could become a mentor? Send them this message. Tell them why they'd make a great big, and I bet they're going to thank you for that later. And I know that child and their family will thank you. And then help fund our mission. Everything that we do is free, but everything costs money. And with safety as our number one priority, we require money to screen, train, and provide ongoing support. So every child on our waiting list holds the brilliance of a future entrepreneur, a dedicated teacher, a counselor, a compassionate leader. But what they're waiting for is one champion to show them the abundance that is already within them. Thank you. Thank you, Barry.
Very nice, very impactful. Thank you very much.
In communities where opportunity is scarce, even the brightest students can be left behind. In Barrio Logan, only a small fraction of adults hold a college degree, but change is taking root. Barrio Logan College Institute believes every child deserves the chance to dream bigger. Starting in 3rd grade and continuing through college, they provide mentorship, academic support, and leadership development that transforms futures. Their impact reflects SDG 4, quality education, proving that when one student succeeds, an entire community rises. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Cristina Aguirre, Chief Programs Officer of Barrio Logan College Institute, rewriting the future of education one student at a time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Cristina Aguirre, and I am the Chief Programs Officer with Barrio Logan College Institute. And I am honored to be here with you all today because I get the opportunity not only to share the work that BLCI is doing, but also how I used our organization to be a part of my dissertation that I just completed last year. So before I dive into my presentation, I want to share a little bit about myself and why this work really means a lot to me, why I'm connected to this work, but really to share with you the lens and the perspective that I come from. I am a Latina who comes from a long generation of a family who has been working in farms and working in the fields. I have my dad, who is an immigrant, who came from Jalisco at 12 years old with nothing in his pockets and did not speak any English. I am proud to say that I am a first-generation college student from a low-income background. I am the first one in my family who graduated high school, went on to college, went on to get my master's, and the first one to get the doctorate in my family. Thank you. And I do bring with me 25 years of working in educational equity programs, and I myself am a product of one of those programs. As a matter of fact, it was a program here at UCSD called TRIO Student Support Services. Without their support, I would not be here today standing in front of you. So with that being said, at Barrio Logan College Institute, it is a nonprofit whose mission is to help the students who are the first ones in their family to go on to college. And we do this by providing after-school services as early as 3rd grade. We believe that education will help break that cycle of poverty. So we have programs, as I mentioned, that start as early as 3rd grade, all the way through college. Our goal is not just to see our kids go to college, but to see them through college. And we also do this because we have an amazing parent program. We could not be as successful without the support of our parents to be a part of that journey and ensuring that they have the resources and the guidance to be able to provide their children throughout the entire process. We are currently in 4 locations, starting with Barrio Logan. Then we expanded over to Chula Vista, El Cajon, and we have an upward bound program that is connected to King Chavez Charter School. So again, our students have to be the first ones in their family to go to college. That is the only requirement that we ask our students when they apply to our program. If you have ever been to our site and you come into the elementary school program, which is 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, you will hear this chant every day around 5:30 p.m. And it didn't go. So if you are there, the specialist will say, "Who wants to go to college?" And all of the students will shout out, "We do." So that is what we instill in our students as early as elementary. So what does BLCI do? What is it that we are trying to address? I wanted to share here, we're going to go through some data first before we get into the impact of what BLCI does. But 38% of students nationwide identify as first-generation college students. But a little over half really are able to graduate. And if you look further, if neither of their parents have a college degree, it's only 20% chances of them graduating as compared to their peers that have at least one parent who has a college degree at 60%. And if you look further down at the chart there, graduating within 6 years nationwide, it is at 66 some percent, sorry, you can't see that far. And then nationwide, if you're first gen, it is at 34%. So my research really focused on Barrio Logan location, and I just wanted to show another graph here as far as the educational attainment, specifically in the 92113 area. As you can see, from 2000 to 2022, students have been graduating high school. It's been steadily rising, but as far as students achieving a bachelor's degree or beyond, has been going up very, very slow. So this is what we're trying to work with our students is to increase the educational attainment in this neighborhood. So here's some more data. If you look my far left over here is BLCI is outperforming the local San Diego County, the state, nationwide, and upward bound programs as far as high school graduation rate, enrolling into college. 100% of our students do enroll into college. College persistence is outperforming the other local and state, national, and upward bound program. But the one focus that we do have is the college graduation rate within 6 years. We are at 72%, still outperforming the state, the nationwide. And one thing that I do want to point out to you all, and I know it's a little hard to see, if you are first gen, it's 24%. But if a student is first generation and low income, it is at 11% as far as graduating within 6 years. A little over 80% of our students identify as first generation low income, and our students are graduating within 6 years at 72%. One area that we started to track data as well is what is the debt that our students are at when they are completing their bachelor's degree. Our mission is to break that cycle. We took a class of 2018, which gave them 6 years to graduate from college. Those who responded to our survey, which over 50% responded back, said they had zero debt leaving college. And if you look again in comparison to California, the national, and if you're first gen, our students are leaving far better than those students who are not having a program like BLCI. One more layer. Now we're taking a look at what are our students doing 6 months after they receive a bachelor's degree? Are they employed full time? Or are they back in graduate school? Again, looking at the class of 2018, 90% of our alumni either are at a full-time job or are back in a graduate program. And so we want to tie this back again to our mission of breaking the cycle of poverty. And in our survey, we do ask our students, is a college education a vehicle for social and economic mobility? Do you feel you have experienced this as a result of your college degree? Why or why not? And here are a couple quotes that really address that it has helped them break that cycle and have improved their economic situations, especially for themselves and their family. So this is what really embarked my journey in my dissertation, to take a look at what is it that BLCI is doing to have such great results in comparison to the local, state, and national rates when it comes to educational attainment. So what I was looking at is really as the factors and interventions that contributed to their enrollment, persistence, and college completion, but also to really understand the experiences as a family when they participated and how that impacted their child's aspirations to want to go to college. So there was 3 research questions that I identified to help me answer my purpose. So the first one, how did the families describe their experience in BLCI that contributed to the enrollment in college? Second research question, what were the students' experiences in BLCI's interventions, activities that contributed to the successful completion of college? And finally, how did the parents' participation in BLCI affect their child's aspirations to go to college? So the methodology that I used was a qualitative phenomenological approach. There was at least 162 alumni that was part of this cohort that I could reach out to, but I needed to make sure that I identified the students who completed college within 6 years and started in somewhere in 3rd or 4th or 5th grade in our program. I finally was able to identify those, and I had 10 families who were able to participate in my focus group. Here's a little bit more in terms of the demographics of the participants who were in my research. 60% of them actually began in 3rd grade. There was a good balance of gender, female, male, all identified as Latino. And this is actually a really good span of 10 years of families that were part of this research. 60% actually graduated in 4 years. 90% went straight to a 4-year university. And 3 families had 1 child in their program, whereas the others had multiple siblings participate in our program. So what were my findings? For research 1, there was 4 themes that came about the research that I had. So the first theme, a family that learns together succeeds together. All 100% identified the workshops that we provide for students that really impacted their aspirations to go to college. And those are the A through G requirements, learning what's the difference between a grant and a loan, exposing them to different careers. But it's also about teaching the parents how to support their child throughout this entire process. The one-on-ones, talking to the students about their grades, planning their 4-year plan as they go on into high school, also working with the applications, personal statements, college-going culture. Again, within our space, you will see college banners everywhere that our students walking into every single classroom. There's also posters that will teach them the different pathways to college, going to community college or going into straight to a 4-year university. And then finally, there was theme 4, Soy Primero, I am the first. 100% said that having staff, having alumni come back and share their stories is really what motivated and kept them inspired to go to college. But I want to share the voice of one of our students who can really share a little bit more what this meant. Although I think
college since 5th grade, you know. I've been saying I'm going to college since I'm in 5th grade. Like, for me, I never felt like I wasn't gonna make it. I never had that insecurity.
Yeah.
Versus people, friends of mine in high school who didn't have a BLCI.
Yeah.
They were like, oh well, maybe I'll go to community college. Like they had a lot of doubt. And I never had doubt that I was gonna go to college and make it.
Yeah.
Because I belonged to a place that every day told me that I was gearing up for this, you know? Kind of like, you know,
kind of like the Navy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, people that go to the military.
Yeah.
You know? Like, so I never felt like I wasn't gonna make it. If anything, it was more like, am I gonna make it to my first choice? I think I had more thoughts about that.
Yeah.
But not like, I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah.
I think if this was like a normal student ceiling, BLCIs was like 10 times that. Like.
So just having that space every day is what told her it wasn't more if I'm going to college, where am I going to college? So next finding for research question number 2, 2 themes. The first one is all of our students talked about something about experiences beyond the barrio. One of the ones that came up a lot, and when I put most, that's 50% or more, really talked about the experiences of being able to leave their community. A lot of them shared about their time with Camp Marson with one of our amazing partners, Outdoor Outreach, where you'll be hearing about them later on. And some of them sharing how it was the first time for them to go to the snow. Others is being in that space where they didn't see their similar faces just like them. These are the things that helped them build that courage to speak up in class, to go see their professors. They attend a lot of our fundraisers, so again, using those transferable skills really helped them to be present in the classroom and engaging with their peers, as well as, again, going back to seeing their professors during office hours. College trips, as our colleague here shared earlier, Bridge to Kids said that they take their students to Northern California. That is one of the greatest experience that our students also share as far as being able to see themselves in other spaces that they didn't think that they would. And we do have our alumni who do the tours for us, and that's another added thing that they shared, that is also an inspiration that kept them like, if they're there, I can see myself there. So theme 3, I believe I can fly. This, all of our students shared how having someone in their corner, always cheering them on, helped them motivated to stay in college. The other is having the staff check-ins. Our staff, especially that first year, will visit our alumni to ensure that things are going okay. Is there anything else that they need? Checking in with them, whether it's through email or through phone, but it's that constant engagement with our alumni to ensure that things, if they need anything to support, to keep them motivated and stay in college. But also our parents. They shared how they were in workshops that helped them to understand how to support their child, especially when they were saying, Mom, I'm homesick, I want to come home. There's a parent that shared that was breaking her heart, but she knew and reflected back on that workshop where she knew that conversation was going to come up, and she had to be brave and be able to still tell her daughter, you have to stay, you can do it. But here's one of our students again who shares that experience.
Those were very impactful. In terms of just getting out of your bubble, like from this community and going and like meeting all these different people from like the different counties and just being with a lot of people that don't look like you necessarily, you know, that was a really good experience. And also outdoor outreach. And I feel like to this day I still quote how like I'm able to relate to like coworkers that like go skiing or snowboarding because they're like, oh, have you ever ridden? And I'm like, actually I have, you know.
Nice.
So I feel like that was very instrumental.
So those are those transferable skills that not only were they able to use while in college, but also into their professional career. And finally, the last finding for research question number 3. The theme 3 is, I believe I can fly. So parents, all the parents really expressed how joining BLCI really was that change maker in providing that hope to be able to send their kids to college. It changed their mindset. They couldn't believe that there was a place where they could take their child that was going to take care of them and build them up and give them all the resources and making sure that they're prepared to go to college. And finally, having that space They're leaving their children with us since 3rd grade all the way until they leave to college. That's a lot of trust in BLCI, but having that consistent, safe space is what really helped them to believe this is going to be possible for their children to go to college. Now the next voice, it is in Spanish, but it was such a powerful statement that he made in terms of what it meant to go into BLCI and ensuring that their children were going to go to college.
Pues para mí como que es todo un proceso que ya desde, como dice mi esposa, casi desde que entramos ya nos fueron preparando en una mentalidad diferente. Cuando íbamos y mirábamos que tenían fotos de estudiantes que ya habían ido a la universidad, y parece que una vez recuerdo que nos dijeron que era el 90 y algo % de los muchachos que iban a BLCI iban a la universidad. Entonces de esa manera como que ya uno va haciéndose a la idea de que pues de que nuestros hijos se están preparando para la universidad. A mí una de las cosas que me gustó cuando fui la primera vez, había un muchacho que se llamaba Julio.
Sí, Julio, qué lindo. Sí.
Él me llamó a lo que comentó, dice, una señora una vez aquí entró, dice, y preguntó, dice, ¿de qué se trata este programa? Y dice, yo le contesté, dice, señora, dice, aquí en este programa, dice, cuidamos los sueños de sus hijos.
I still get goosebumps. He's saying how this is a place that takes care of the dreams of his kids. It's super powerful. So, in summary, the 4 things that came up and my recommendations when you're working with students who are the first ones in their families to go to college is family college readiness. You have to bring the family together to go through this journey so they can support one another throughout this process. The experiences and opportunities, taking them outside of their community and expose them to things that they probably would have been able to without programs like BLCI. A cheering squad. Who doesn't like someone to cheer them on to make sure that they stay motivated and reaching that goal? We have to be able to be there for them throughout the pipeline. And then finally, if you can, I can. Making sure our students are seeing their faces, others like themselves who are the first ones in their family to go to college, so that they can see that if they did it, so can they. And so my call, our call to action, we start in 3rd grade. We need funding that is not just 1 year, 2 years. We need that long-term commitment to ensure that we are taking care of the dreams of when those parents come to us as early as elementary. And we have to make sure that part of this process is engaging our parents, the caregivers. Advocacy. We are under attack today. A lot of our programs, such as TRIO Upward Bound, funding is being cut. We need to make sure that we continue to advocate for college access programs. As you have seen, they work. Programs like BLCI, like TRIO, their outcomes produce students who are giving back and are civically engaged in our communities. And finally, if you want to volunteer, please come and volunteer. Come with an open heart and ready to commit. If our mission aligns with your heart and your passion, we need you to be mentors for our students. So I want to end with my reflection as I started sharing with you why I'm passionate about the work that I do, as well as the staff that are part of BLCI. When I reflect and look at this research, I myself had the 4 pillars growing up. I had una comunidad de familia succeeds together. So I had my parents, I had my family, my friends, my coaches. I was able to experience things outside of the railroad tracks where I lived in my neighborhood, and that was being a part of sports. I didn't have a BLCI, but I did have my sports that were able to take me out of my community. I had my team of cheerleaders, parents, family, friends, my cohort from my dissertation, and then finally, first gen for life. Soy primera por vida. I'm very proud to be the first one in my family to graduate. I wear that with honor. I wear that with pride. And I'm always going to share my story because it is my story to tell. So I want to thank you all today for listening to my story, but also the connection to BLCI and the work that BLCI is doing for first generation college students. With that being said, I also wanted to share that we were nominated and are receiving the TALHero Award. So we are super thankful for TALTalks being able to recognize us for that award. Thank you.
What wonderful stories. Really, each is like inspiring a lot. Now I invite Sai Gundavalli, the co-founder and the CEO of Touch a Life Foundation and CEO and founder of Solix Technologies. Here he is.
Thank you. First of all these stories are so impactful, so inspiring. It's just amazing. So a little bit about the foundation. There are about 3 million nonprofits in the United States. And some of them are very small nonprofits. They don't have a platform to tell their story. The idea of TALTalks is to provide them a platform to tell their story. There are a lot of good people on this earth. They want to help. And they don't know a lot of these nonprofits. So can we connect people who want to help to people who need help is the idea. The second important thing is these small nonprofits, again, in the 3 million, either some of them are very big now with all the cuts. A lot of nonprofits are also in big trouble right now. So we are giving 5 things. Number 1, we are providing them technology, free, pro bono, how to do fundraising. And then we have also our own radio station. It's an internet radio where we play music. And in between, we bring nonprofits to inspire, to donate money, time, or think. That's what we do. And we got 4 channels right now. And we got 3 million listeners right now. So we're getting your story to more number of people. Then we're also bringing something called TALHeros, bringing in a board member who can help you open a new door, who can advise you on how to marketing strategy or business strategy. Running nonprofit is more tougher than running a for-profit company. I can tell you that. Okay. So again, we provide that pro bono. And then we also have a program called something called TAL Wines. You know, all the wine that is being generated in California, we have a program where we sell the wine as a corporate gift and part of the profit goes to a non-profit. So work with us. In fact, we'll be serving wine today and enjoy the wine and see how you can. Corporate gift is a multi-billion-dollar business. So you help corporate to show them that they're empathetic towards the community, rather than, oh, my product is good. Tell them how you're impacting the community. If you look at Amazon advertisements right now, they don't say buy my product. They're saying they're delivering their products in a solar car right now. So they're telling the story. The Gen Z wants to work with good companies. So corporates need to be good company, and this could be a platform. Again, work with us and all of that. So TALTalks, TAL Radio, TAL Giving, and TAL Leaders, TAL Wines. These are all programs to help the nonprofits. And thank you for all of you to come and participate over here. And world is becoming a lot more, I see like most of my generation, we had a fantastic life. We were like a past World War II. Economy skyrocketed. Technology created a lot of jobs. We all benefited that entire thing. And when I look at the future generation, COVID, number 1, made the kids needed to learn from home. They didn't get the real school atmosphere. And when they graduated and came to work, then you have got this hybrid working. They didn't have any mentor to kind of really work on them. And then as they're just settling, now AI is saying, I'm going to take over your job. So it's a massive chaos, a lot of mental health issues among the kids, etc., kind of a thing. It's a tough world out there. They've got loans, and then they've got this job scene right now. And the future, if you look at service jobs, they're saying like robots are going to take over. Knowledge jobs, AI is going to take over. I don't want to create all this negative, but the fact is there's so much of negative news that are really out there, and people are just worried. People are scared. That's natural for anything. Like as far as I run a software company, where I'm kind of really thinking, wow, these are fantastic tools. How do I use these tools to run a lot more faster? And I wish I can tell this message to a bunch of new kids, young people. Do not be afraid. Use these tools to figure out how we can run faster, how we can do better things, etc., kind of a thing. And so it's all an attempt. Touch a Life Foundation. There are a lot of good people, and that who can help. And there are a lot of people who need help. Our message is simply, can we connect both of them? Whether it's an eye donation, book donation, mentoring, teaching, coaching, every aspect, there is a lot of opportunity. For instance, one area that you will see tomorrow, please do come tomorrow. We're trying to bring hospitals from all over the world who want to offer pro bono or a subsidized service onto a singular platform. Imagine any person looking for, because lack of insurance or underinsured, what do? Somebody reached out to me saying that they want to raise $500,000 for a cancer treatment. That's not a small money you can raise. But imagine a doctor available who can provide the same service for $10,000. Is it possible? It's absolutely possible. But people are not aware of that. So we're building, it's called TAL Hospitals. It's a virtual healthcare platform, bringing in doctors from all over the world who want to provide pro bono service. It's a great service. And again, we're simply connecting people who want to help to people who need help. Tomorrow you'll also see, it's not just the connectivity, we're also bringing AI to the platform. We'll show you a digital doctor. You can speak Spanish language, you can talk Hindi language, and talk to this AI in your own language. It interprets, goes to AI, and tells the answer, solves the problem. Hey, you know what, take this medicine or, go this, etc., kind of a thing. So again, think of almost like a primary care physician, an element of healthcare that we are able to kind of really provide. These are like a Google, Microsoft models and all of that stuff. So this is an amazing journey. All of us can play a role, and we can digitize. Just the way the word e-commerce is there, we're trying to create a kindness commerce. Just the way in LinkedIn there is a social score, we're trying to create a kindness score on every individual. So if we can bring AI, if we can reimagine every act of kindness and make it global, we don't know whether we're going to come back to this earth, but we can leave a mark on this earth. So on this journey, please come, join, see how we can make this platform bigger and help a bunch of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sai. So it's a lunch break. Let's meet at 1:45. 2 o'clock, our session starts again. Thank you. Let's join for lunch.
big challenges can't be solved in isolation. Across sectors, countless organizations work for good, but when they connect, transformation accelerates. 'Cause San Diego is that bridge. As the region's social impact hub, it brings together business, government, philanthropy, and nonprofits to drive collaborative change. Their mission advances SDG 17 partnerships for the goals, proving that unity, not competition, powers true impact. Please welcome to the stage Stacy Reidinger, Executive Director of Cause San Diego Redefining.
Story. There we go. There once was a little girl, and she grew up in a small little town, and she had two really big, strong families, and they provided a lot of love and care and support for that little girl. But one day when that little girl came home, she found out that her mom and dad were not going to stay together anymore. And when her mom left with the children, the three girls, she then became someone who was housing insecure. Immediately, she no longer had the funding that she needed to take care of her family. But she did everything she could. She worked all day and all evening, and those children never went without. She actually provided a great family environment for them, even without the little girl even knowing all the sacrifices that mother had to make. Later on, that mother went through some things with a new marriage that little girl had to experience as well. That little girl had to watch her mother get beaten. That little girl also had to watch her mother go through some very other traumatizing things. That girl also had to watch her older sister go through 20 years of domestic violence. But that little girl continued to strive and hope, and she just continued to be really strong and become a defender. That doesn't always happen to little girls like that. Sometimes they get stuck. Sometimes they become broken. Sometimes they can't fix themselves. But that little girl, she picked herself up, and she ended up doing some things that became extremely powerful for this country that we have. That little girl's me. And that really is why I'm here today with all of you, because I'm here because I feel like there are a lot of people who have been through so many different things, and some can rise above it, and some get stuck. And I want to be there in a way to help them. Now, all day today, we've been in these talks, we've heard about all these different causes that need support, that need people to give it care and attention. And so I want to go through a little bit with you about what we're doing at Cause San Diego, because we care about all the causes that are occurring here in the region and around the world. We care about that little girl and the things that she went through, and all the organizations that could have been in that in the mindset for that mother and for those families. Even though I know when I was a kid, I don't remember any of these organizations being around to help us. So they're needed more than ever. A lot of them don't get funded the way they should, and we're at Cause here to empower and bringing business to the table, which, by the way, in the corporate giving sector of about 6 to 7% of the overall giving for nonprofits is corporations. So only 6 to 7% of the overall pie of giving. There's so much opportunity there, and we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about how the giving can happen. And it's not all financial. People think it's all about, they're just asking for more money. But honestly, a lot of it, if you look at the majority of our 14,000+ nonprofits in the San Diego region, most of them that are working day to day are all doing it pro bono. They're volunteers. The majority of them. We only have 3,000 to 4,000 that actually have funded staff. And guess what? Cause is one of the ones that's not funded. We have unfunded staff working day to day to do the work we do. So San Diego is a place that we all share. And I don't know how to move this forward, but I'm going to do that. Okay. but not all in the same way. As we see in this picture, we've got the wonderful family that's up front having their dinner and their afternoon lunch in their home. At the bottom left, we have a huge home that's probably sitting off the shores of La Jolla. In the top right picture, we have at the exact same time thousands, almost 10,000 people living unhoused on the streets in San Diego. We have 3.8 million people living here in this region, and over 10,000 of them are unhoused every single day. And in the bottom right, which hits my heart hits home because I have both a 6-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old granddaughter. That's a whole story for another talk. But I see a mother who's living in her car brushing her daughter's hair, and that breaks my heart because that should not happen in one of the richest, most wealthiest cities in America. We are a huge city, we have strength, we have power, and unfortunately, you know what? Money isn't always the answer for us to make these changes. They need all of us, every single one of us. That's me retiring from the U.S. Marine Corps in 2017 after 24 years of service. Yes, after all of that happened to me, I served and defended as many people as possible, and that's why I'm still here today, because we need people who are fighters and want to defend. They need all of us to care. We need to care. I hope all of you care about that woman. Doesn't matter her gender, her age, her ethnicity. That is a human being, and she deserves dignity, and so does that little girl that's there. We do hold the power to improve our region. And it all starts, like Michael Jackson said, with the man in the mirror. Each one of us can do it. So how did I do it? How did I end up here? I want to tell that because I think it leads into the next part of what I'm going to talk about. So when I started serving in the military, there were opportunities for me to volunteer. I'm a Christian, so I started volunteering at my church, volunteering to teach religious education. I had a little girl. I became a single parent pretty young after joining the military, so I would go and do all of the extracurriculars that could happen with the military families. And believe me, if you want to talk about a group of people that are isolated and not feeling themselves often, go and spend time with military families. Every time their husbands or their wives deploy, they become single parents, and we become family with each other. So I gave that way. And then beyond that, once I served a little bit longer and got further up in my leadership, then I was asked to be in positions where I could actually mentor junior Marines like that I had been mentored as someone who was junior. And then when I left the service, I was asked if I would join a nonprofit board of directors. And I started to serve as a volunteer and then as a board member. And it just went on and on from there. So I'm going to talk about one of those experiences with a board I served on. And I'm doing this as a way to inspire all of you to know that there's so many nonprofits that need good people to serve on boards. And obviously, the bigger picture is how do we get businesses to lean into this, get their employees to serve on boards or to have volunteerism. We'll talk about that. So I really do think one of the powerful things that we can do is that the true strength of the wolf is the pack. And what I mean by that is that we're looking here at Homemade San Diego. I've been serving on their board of directors since 2018. I retired in 2017. Homemade San Diego partnered with an organization called Lennar. You might have known, you might be living in one of their homes. Lennar Foundation seeded us money to develop a workforce development program and a job placement support program. We could not just do it alone. Lennar has become a strategic cause partner for us. With Lennar, we have Avalon Bay Community Services, we have Terry, we have Computers to Kids, we have City of San Diego, Promises to Kids, Lucky Duck Foundation, US Bank, Homestart, all of these organizations, and Gensler. That's just to name a few. It takes a community to do that. And that's why we're here to teach businesses how they can do just this. How do you think a Lennar representative who comes out to our Homemade San Diego Walk for Homelessness, which is November 16th, that Lennar San Diego representative that works for that company comes out with their husband, it's the husband, daughter, and the kids. They come out. It's not just about doing the walk. It's about them learning about what it's like to live homeless on the streets of San Diego. And then we also educate them about bringing all the homeless service providers in for free to share about what they do. So now Avalon Bay Communities, who's our $20-some thousand sponsor, they bring 20-some of their employees and their families. We are making change. We're opening people's eyes. But none of what we're doing can happen with Homemade in isolation. Most of you out there in the audience probably have 10, 20, 30 partners that you're working with, and we're here to try to bring as many as possible to support your nonprofit organizations, as well as bringing government and academia and to do so. Now let's talk about the program. This is a picture. Our very first class that graduated, we just hit our 3rd year. We've graduated 120 students. Most of these students are either living in cars, they're living in shelter, they're living at Urban Street Angels, they're living in some kind of subsidized housing. A lot of them are former foster youth, formerly incarcerated, those that have aged out of the foster care system. And they are having big struggles, very big struggles. I'm not sure if you know it, but the foster care system has one of the highest rates of people falling into homelessness because they don't have a support network for them. And so this program is possible because of all of those others that I just showed you. They all came together, they come through our program, they graduate. Lennar hired some. Lennar brought 40-some trade partners to the table that helped them to build their neighborhoods and homes. And from there, we were able to get these students into jobs. We've seen them move out of homelessness into housing. We've seen them get their first car. We've seen them get their, have all these milestones in their life that otherwise they would not have had if they did not have this collective of group that was helping them. But I will tell you, there are tons of persistent and really, really, really hard challenges that are out there because of the complexity of our world, but also because we are so distracted. We are so distracted, and it is a almost call for us to wake up and understand that in order to make changes in this world, we've got to not be so distracted by the laptops and the phones and everything else going on, really focus in. An area that hits home close to me lately has been about the digital world. I'm not sure if you all realize, but those phones and those tablets and things like that our children have access to are extremely, extremely powerful, educational, but also very dangerous. Very dangerous. And this image that we're showing here, this was put on by a state kind of public service announcement, and it says here, meet Susan, a 42-year-old man posing as a 15-year-old girl online. Susan and your 13-year-old just made plans to meet at the park. Okay, this is happening in mass realms. There are people who are losing their children, their teenagers, because of it. So these are some of the challenges. I was just bringing that one up that's happening for us. Also, like I mentioned, homelessness here in the area is huge. We also have a very large population of people who are at or below poverty level. Job unemployment continues to rise. And so these are all issues and challenges that cannot be resolved by those people who are being impacted on their own. We need all of you all to be able to help them. Substance abuse, mental health, those obviously are really big factors that roll into why individuals either homeless or while they drop into homelessness, they fall into these issues because of the despair and how horrible it is for them to be in those situations. So how do we get to turn this around? For cause, we think awareness building, meaning to the whole community, collaboration, creativity, and inspiration are key. The way that we do that is that we actually do workshops, we do mixers, we do referrals, we hold a huge once-a-year conference. We just had it on October 9th of 2025 where we brought together 400 business, nonprofit, government, and academic professionals. You can see the list of all the different brands that were there supporting this across all sectors. We highlight college students who are currently going to college in San Diego County. We give out scholarships for them. We also highlight this year 13 business, nonprofit, government, or academic professionals and organizations. You got to tell them they're doing well so that they'll continue, but also when you show what they're doing, hopefully it sets a tone for others to see that they can do well too. Now, I think this is why we really need to think about business and nonprofit partnerships. It helps to build the trust beyond the transaction, right? So if you're just having a business and you're just selling a product or service and people come in and out and do that, that's great when things are good. But when things go down and bad things happen to your organization, there's nothing for them to see other than that you're just there to take their money. Also, I will tell you big time, Gen Z is demanding it. They are making big changes, and not just them. A lot of consumers are making choices in the way that they want to make purchases and have relationships with organizations. So that's a big part of it. Humanizing your brand. What is your brand about? Is it just about a product or service, or could you possibly have some purpose tied into it? Whether you could have a brand that just doesn't really seem, it might be something like, let's say the U.S. Postal Service, for instance. Love the post office, love getting my mail, but it's not one of those sexy brands, right? It's not like you're doing you're doing something that people directly relate to, helping individuals and things like that. But the U.S. Postal Service, they partner with nonprofit organizations and they help to boost their reputation and credibility, or at the same time helping the society of which that they serve. And then one of the last ones that I'll bring up here is that we can lift all ships by partnering together. We can lift all ships by doing that. And I just have example after example. If you want to know later, I wanted to share that we have a whole playbook that we give out at our conference. And this playbook actually has a list of the ways that companies can lean into financial and non-financial giving opportunities to help people in their communities and to be involved. And I can tell you what, it isn't just for the show. It's your employees are going to feel it, and they're really going to potentially, that might be the reason why they even join your company. We have a company called TCW Global. They're here in San Diego. They're a contingency workforce company. They're one of our biggest sponsors. That CEO has over 100 nonprofits that they support throughout the year. They really do lean into it. But I talked to the CEO, Sam Mercouli. I know him personally. And for him, it isn't an either or. It's an and. Because he uses it. He has one of the highest retention rates in San Diego County with his company because of it. He also gets voted as like the best place to work in San Diego quite often. Sometimes I get their emails and I'm like, are y'all doing any work over there? Because I swear I feel like you're doing stuff. But like they have big partners, like they really lean in and help with Ronald McDonald House of San Diego and a lot of other charities. But it feeds into it. And when you go to his office space, it is so vibrant and uplifting. The people are there. It's not just about them providing that employee service online. A lot of the stuff they do is online, and they have international people that they help. But you can see it. It permeates in their character, the way that they present themselves. And it's got to be good for the brand. Because when the brand has happy employees, they become your ambassadors. So in our book, you can read it in our playbook, there are 4 I's that we like to hone in on. Those are involvement, integration, impact, and inspiration. Involvement, again, doesn't have to be the money piece. It could be, but it could be board service. If you don't know anything about board service, get with Cause San Diego. We will give you lots of education about it because there are some great opportunities. Tons of organizations, like I said, 13 to 14,000 nonprofits in the region. And if they're a 501c3 or any 501c type of organization, they have to have a board. Okay, boards make or break the success of nonprofits every day. Also, volunteering. Who here thinks volunteering can be too tedious and take up too much of your time? Okay, I'm glad y'all said, nobody said anything. Because volunteering can be as simple as, for me, I volunteer at my church. I literally do 1 hour lesson planning every week. I go in there, I get to have joy with these 5th through 8th graders. And I'm in there for an hour and a half. I bring snacks, we have fun, we kind of learn about things, and I'm out of there. Right? So there's easy ways for you to volunteer without feeling like it's just going to take over your life. For the integration, this is for the business side of it. It's just really figuring out a way that this can be a part of the DNA of your business versus it being an externality that just gets done on the side as a marketing function. And then for impact, definitely layering in and figuring out a way to measure what you're doing so that you can feel that the work that you're doing is making a difference, and you can feel good about the nonprofits you give to. Some of the companies that we've researched, we've done focus groups with, they don't sometimes say that they don't give because when they work with nonprofits, the nonprofits don't show them clearly how the money was used, or they don't actually get to see it. So make sure that you're doing that, reciprocating if you're the nonprofit working with the business, because I think if we don't do that, we're going to hurt that reputation and that relationship, and then they just may not continue to kind of give in the way that they need to. And then for inspiration, make sure if you're a business that you're motivating and that you're recognizing those employees for the work that they are doing. Sammer, for instance, he gives paid time off for his employees to go and do volunteer work throughout the year. You might not think that's a big deal, but it does really help them. He also allows them to bring to the table causes they care about, so they can actually choose and pick which ones that they want to work with. And make sure the inspiration doesn't just go to employees. It goes to your vendors. It goes out to any partners that you have. Just share the love, inspiration. We need more of that these days. All right, so closing out here, I talked about the playbook. We just had our cause conference, and I had this really inspiring kind of quote put down on a sticker that was given to us by a nonprofit called We See You San Diego. And so I have to give them credit because now I feel like we're just going to hone in on it. We are your hope dealer, okay? We're not a drug dealer. We're a hope dealer, okay? If you need hope, if you're just like, I don't know what to do, I'm a business, I'm a nonprofit, come to us. We will connect you with resources. This is all a part of what we give. It's not any funding that we ask for. It's all about trying to get the community to work together and be empowered by each other. So let's just imagine San Diego, where every business is also a force for good. And then where our beaches and our schools, neighborhoods, families, that little girl I told you about at the beginning, that they're all thriving together. That little girl, that she has someone at the school can help her to know what happens when her mom gets hurt at home, right? She has somebody to talk to when she needs to talk about something that made her sad, right? We all have a little bit to give, and if we do it together, I think that we can definitely move mountains with the major issues that we have in our region. So again, yes, San Diego, but the world, we all share it, and let's just do as much as we can to give back. So thank you very much.
For many young people, opportunity feels distant, limited by barriers of poverty, trauma, or circumstance. But sometimes, all it takes to change a life is a moment outdoors. Outdoor Outreach connects San Diego youth to the transformative power of nature through climbing, surfing, hiking, and mentorship that builds confidence and leadership. Their mission supports SDG 10, reduced inequalities, and SDG 3, good health and well-being, showing that nature can heal, unite, and inspire the next generation of changemakers. Please welcome to the stage Sunny Chang Youth Program's Senior Manager of Outdoor Outreach, proving that adventure can open the door to possibility.
Play button? Green button, all right. And as they pull up the slide deck, I'd like for everyone to just imagine. Feel free to close your eyes, not for too long. We are in the afternoon siesta time. But if you can imagine yourself outside, looking up at a 50-foot wall of rock, and everybody around you is telling you, just go up. Use your hands and feet. You're roped in. You're okay. Just climb up. What feeling does that invoke? A little bit of fear, a little bit of anxiety, maybe excitement, or maybe a few creative words that you don't want on camera. Well, that is the experience of our youth that come out on our programs. Whether it's in the mountains, in the ocean, or simply on a nature trail, they are challenged by whatever experience it may be, that hesitation to move forward, and then yet the follow-through to push through those fears. That invokes something very powerful. The sense of achievement, the courage that came up from within. And so, again, don't worry. Our instructors, we are much more supportive than that, than just saying go up. Today, I invite you to join me on a journey to discover what we do at Outdoor Outreach. I'm Sunny Chang, Youth Program Senior Manager, and after 17 years, I can proudly say that I've spent more time in my hiking boots and flip-flops than I have in dress shoes. I've been in this industry for about 25 years, professionally guiding, and have experience in youth mental health and the juvenile justice system. And today I'll share about who we are, our programs, how they work, and the impact that we're creating. So who we are. Outdoor Outreach was founded in 1999, literally out of a garage in a San Diego home. From that humble start, we've grown into a well-established local nonprofit that connect more than 20,000 youth to the transformative powers of the outdoors. With every opportunity to hike, bike, kayak, camp, or climb, the youth of our programs gain two things that increase their chances for success. First, new experiences that help them connect and explore their world and discover what they're capable of. And second, meaningful relationships with their peers and their mentors who believe in them and who remind them that they matter. Most of our youth that we serve live in areas where green spaces are either limited, non-existent, or just simply not safe. And stepping onto a trail or onto the ocean is truly their first experience ever in that space. Of course, none of these things can happen without our amazing team. So I wanted to highlight our amazing team of 45 members, both office and field instructors. And our field instructors are really the folks that are working directly with the youth, and they come from all different backgrounds and experiences, and they bring their own expertise, education, and lived experiences. We hold a variety of certifications, too much to list in one slide, but we also make sure that we provide a professional development stipend for our staff, because as we know, the outdoor industry is not an easy one to get into, as well as it is quite expensive one. And speaking of growth and opportunity, one of our programs that I'm most proud of is our leadership program. That's where we provide pathways for youth to get into the field through work development, civic engagement, outdoor industry skills. For example, how to become an instructor. So this is a recent stat that we pulled up, and that 70% of our outdoor programs, which we run about 4 in a day, are staffed with one or more of our program graduates. So previous participants that have graduated from the leadership program. Now let's talk about a little bit of what we do. We offer a variety of activities from hiking, kayaking, climbing, some not listed here, disc golf, fishing, geocaching. And an activity that we've dropped off of our menu, I'm not sure if y'all can guess, it's the most expensive one on there, snowboarding. Quite heartbreaking for myself. I love snowboarding and I have seen such valuable impacts come from it. However, between the rental gear, the lift tickets, the 6-hour round trip drive up to the mountain and back, it's just not sustainable for an organization, a nonprofit organization. But I keep it on the slide for a reason, 2 reasons actually. One, I couldn't edit the slide, but 2, it does bring up a core value and a core reason why we do what we do, and it's removing barriers to access. Next slide. So removing barriers. At Outdoor Outreach, we make sure that the barriers like cost, transportation, access, never stand in the way of a youth or a families wanting a new experience in the outdoors. So here you can see, actually let me go to the next slide. Here you can see all the different spaces that we take our youth to. It's all over San Diego County, as well as even further. We go all the way out to like Joshua Tree, Mammoth. So you can imagine that that does take a lot of resources to get them out there. Now, to give you a sense of how our work creates impact, here's a look at our logic model and theory of change. Through nature-based recreation, leadership opportunities, and time spent with peers and mentors, we help youth develop agency, belonging, health, and self-worth, leading all up to our North Star, which is empowering youth to navigate life's challenges and setbacks with confidence and resilience. We also approach everything through a trauma-informed lens, honoring each participant's readiness and story. That's why we use the phrase participation by choice rather than challenge by choice, because we recognize that the courage it takes to do these things looks different for every individual. And not all of our youth come from a place of deficit. So we changed our wording to participation by choice. Now, we couldn't do this alone. Partnerships are truly at the heart of our work. We partner primarily with Title I schools, which serve a high percentage of students coming from low-income households. We also collaborate with incredible community organizations like the IRC, International Rescue Committee, Southern Indian Health Council, and Say San Diego, just to name a few. And much of our success comes from strong support by local and state government agencies like U.S. Fish and Wildlife and California State Parks, through which we received a outdoor equity grant that allows us to program for free to schools like Hoover, Crawford, El Cajon Valley for 4 years without worry. So that's been a massive impact. Wanted to give them a big shout out. We also run several internal programs. So what that means is we are directly managing those partnerships. So it's without any schools, without any organizations. One of those is the leadership program. Another is Summer Adventures, which is a 5-day summer camp-like program packed with surfing, kayaking, stand-up paddleboarding, and indoor climbing. And then there's our Outdoor Voices Club, where youth become advocates, speaking at City Hall and public forums. In fact, Outdoor Outreach, along with the Youth Voices, traveled up to Sacramento and helped support Assembly Bill 2939, which just passed this year. This allows us to, nonprofits as well as indigenous groups, program in public spaces, outdoor spaces, without going through the long process of permitting and needing to add those additional fees. This was also a very huge win for access and equity. And when it comes to measuring impact, if you ask any of our instructors, they would say, you just measure the stoke. Okay? You can see the excitement on the student's face as well as our instructor in the background. And that is all of us. Every time a student catches that wave, climbs the mountain, rides that bike, we are just as excited as they are. And of course, we use a formal evaluation as well. So we do youth interviews as well as program surveys. And thanks to the Prebis Foundation, as well as the Nonprofit Institute at USD, we refined our approach through their Impact Learning Labs initiative. We collected surveys, conducted interviews, and hold reflective closing circles after every single trip. And then we measure the outcomes of agency, belonging, health, and self-worth through tracking of data in our CRM database. And then just as important as the numbers, truly it's the stories, because behind every data point is a real moment of growth. We use statements like these ones here to gauge our participants in those 4 areas of individual outcomes. You see, every single year we do survey about 10 participants, and consistently, every year, the response has been largely positive. These are some of our statements. in our survey. This is also an impact. So our impact doesn't stop with one generation. One of our longtime participants, maybe 20 years ago, just came back and gave us an update that he is now taking his children out to the beach where he learned how to surf as a teenager with us. So it's a continuous cycle. That's a legacy. It's a community impact in motion. So I'll wrap it up with a story close to my heart. The student on the right, her name is Amy. We'll call her Amy for privacy's sake. She's in the white rash guard. Amy came to Outdoor Outreach as a selective mute. She did not speak to anyone. On the rare occasion, she may whisper in her teacher's ear, only if it was absolutely necessary. She also had a deep fear of water, being in the water. But every Wednesday, she showed up week after week, and she built over continuous touch points, and over a course of a year, she built up a trust with our instructors and the coordinator of that program. And so to the left is Stephanie, our senior instructor in the green rash guard. Stephanie built up that trust and that relationship with Amy. And in less than 2 feet of water, she was able to teach her how the basics of swimming, and without a life jacket and only courage, she became more and more comfortable with getting into our water sports. I believe last time she actually went in a kayak. And then fast forward to today. Amy is now a senior in high school. She recently just applied to our leadership program, and she completed a 30-minute speaking interview with our coordinator. And after 50 candidates, she has been accepted. So she will join a cohort of 12 students this year in our leadership program. Now that's the power of patience, connection, and possibility. And I also leave a couple of testimonials up there just to feel what it feels like for each of these roles, right? I've had countless parent stories of how amazing they're witnessing of their child grow. And so, on possibility, one of my favorite of our 7 core values, I didn't list all the core values here. If you're interested, you could look it up on the website. But possibility is my favorite. Because with possibility in mind, we can overcome those barriers, and who knows? Who knows? The world is endless for ourselves and our youth, right? And with possibility in mind, I want to call to action. So very similar to all the stories of the other nonprofits here, if you feel like making an impact, if you feel like connecting, we will always take volunteers. You can also partner with us if you are working with a group of youth. Feel free to reach out. You can partner with us and then support us through social media, donations, or simply by sharing our story. Because together we can open outdoors and the trails to a world of possibility. So thank you all so much for allowing me to be here. Good one. Oh, that's right.
Before a child can chase their dreams, they must first find their voice. Yet thousands grow up without access to books or encouragement to read, a barrier that shapes lives long before adulthood. Words Alive is turning the page on that story. Through literacy programs that engage children, teens, and families, they're creating pathways to imagination, confidence, and lifelong learning. Aligned with SDG 4, quality education, their mission reminds us that literacy is not just about reading words, but unlocking worlds. Please welcome to the stage Rachel Oros, Executive Director of Words Alive, lighting a lifelong spark through storytelling.
Oh, that's still me. That's still me.
All right. Can we hear me? All right. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Rose. I'm the Executive Director at Words Alive. Now you know me. We're going to get to know each other. Who in this room has a favorite book? Who has more than one favorite book? Who likes to read audiobooks? Yes, it counts as reading. Who can read more than one book at a time? I have no idea how you do that. How many of you may have struggled to learn how to read? How many of you, when asked, say, yes, I'm a reader? Each of us has our own connection to reading. We have our own definition of reading and how it intersects with our lives. And that's really, really important because reading is the key to unlocking magical lands, faraway places, and our future. It's how we navigate our career. It's how we connect with one another. It's how we participate in community and in our society. It's how we help our children. But we have a problem here in San Diego. Half of our kids do not read on grade level. This is data from the San Diego Council on Literacy, and you can dig into it, and it's going to tell you 50% of our kids, roughly, do not read in grade level here in San Diego. Half. When you start to dig into the data and look at it by race, ethnicity, geography, family income, the data gets even worse. We have a crisis here in San Diego. Our children do not have the keys to unlock their future. Why is this happening? A colleague of mine would tell you it's not rocket science, but it is a little brain science. I'm not a neuroscientist, so I'm going to boil this down and apologize to those who are. But in short, when we're born, our brain is not wired to read. Our brain is wired to do the different component parts of reading. We have to connect it together. It's how we start to teach kids. If you think about little kids, there's a letter, it looks like a squiggle, and all of a sudden it has a name. We've connected that squiggle to the fact that it has a name in our brain, and then we connect it to a sound that it might make, and then we connect it to a meaning that it may have. But we have to build those connections. What you might think about reading is like a rope. It's not just sounding out letters and sounds. We have to braid together vocabulary and decoding and language structure and background information so we can pull meaning from what we read. We have to help our kids make these connections. You know what's really hard? Helping kids make connections, because we have to lean in. We have to spend time with our children. We have to give them opportunities to understand and pull from different parts of their surroundings to really make those connections to build a strong and skilled reader. Now I want to take a second and take a step back. Let's think about the kids in our community who, in addition to trying to make connections of neural pathways, are also wondering where their next meal comes from. They're wondering where they're going to sleep tonight. They're worried about their family or their safety. The complexities of poverty and the systemic oppression and systems we have in our community make learning to read, which is already hard, so much harder. Sounds pretty miserable, right? It's a crisis that's facing us, but I have some great news. This is a story, pun intended, stick with me on my puns. This is a story we can change. This is something that we can not only just change, we can change in this generation. We do not have to be a community where our kids are not connected to the power of reading. Just this week, there was legislation passed in the state of California to introduce better ways to help our teachers learn how to teach reading. We have movements happening here in San Diego to help our teachers, help our families learn how to read. Where Words Alive comes in is we help children build the identity of a reader. You have to want to read to do this really hard thing. You have to pull from someplace inside of you while your teachers are trying to help you braid together this rope. So at Words Alive, we focus on habits, behaviors, attitudes, and access around reading. For 25 years, we've connected children, teens, and families in San Diego to that power of reading. This past year, we read with just shy of 7,000 children from Oceanside to the border. We do this through 3 core programs, and I'm going to dig into a little bit of each of them in a second. We read aloud in elementary classrooms, we run book clubs for teens, and we help parents connect reading and play with our littlest ones. Let's first look at where we read in San Diego. This is a map of adult literacy rates here in San Diego. It was just released. The darker the blue color, the more adults in that particular community who are struggling with reading. National data tells us 1 in 4 adults in the United States is functionally illiterate. 1 in 4. Functionally illiterate means you probably can sound out the words, but you may not be able to pull the meaning from what you've read. And that's what's really important. So Words Alive prioritizes the communities in San Diego where the literacy crisis is the greatest. We've been talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, clearly quality education. There's even a sub-bullet that talks about the importance of universal literacy and numeracy. But literacy is a tide that raises all ships. When you improve your literacy rates and understanding what you read, we see impacts across the Sustainable Development Goals, and we see that needle to really start to move. Let's talk about our family literacy program. I've never met a parent that doesn't want the absolute best thing for their kids, ever. What we find, though, is that parents aren't experts in brain science. So we run a 6-week workshop with parents with young ones, 5 and under, where we help them connect reading to the power of play. They're 45-minute workshops. We spend 20 minutes reading a picture book. And if you've ever read a picture book with a kid, you wonder, what are you doing for 20 minutes? And the answer is we're helping parents and caregivers and aunts and uncles and sometimes older siblings encourage the young one's brain to make those connections. We coach them through how do you make those connections through telling of a story. Then we do an activity together. We create a craft or a project. What kid doesn't love a craft? We create a craft or a project yet again to inspire this behavior around reading and this positive memory. And you have an artifact that you can look at and you said, I did that with my uncle. Isn't that really great? And you're starting to build a positive attitude around reading. 94% of the caregivers that come through this program tell us they are more confident in their ability to be their child's first teacher. That's incredibly important because we need their help when it gets hard, because learning to read gets really, really hard. We also find in our family literacy program, families that participate for 6 weeks read together 1 day more a week. I'm a mom of a 7-year-old. Ask me to do one more thing, and I think that the tower is going to tip over. Our families have prioritized reading and are able to really build this as a habit in their homes. Our largest program is our Read Aloud program. Through our Read Aloud program, we have a volunteer that's paired in a classroom for 30 weeks during the school year. It's the same volunteer with the same kids. Think of them as a reading role model. They're in the classroom, they're engaging, they're reading stories, no tests, no quizzes. They're there for the fun and the joy. 90% of the teachers say just having this reading role model in the classroom increases their students' confidence as a reader. 80% of the kids in this program tell us they read more because their Words Alive volunteer was in their classroom. Our longest standing program where we started is called our Adolescent Book Group. It's a book club for teens and tweens. It needs a better name. We're working on it. It's exactly what it sounds like. We have a group of volunteers, not an individual volunteer, but a couple volunteers and a group of teens and tweens who wrestle with text, and they really engage with text together. I love Harry Potter. That's not what we read. We read books that reflect the lived experiences of the kids in our program. They can see themselves in the title, in the storyline, in the protagonist, in the author's story. We do this intentionally because if you can see yourself in what you read, you will recognize that it is for you, and then you can use that tool to see the world. 77% of our teens say that they find the books that we read interesting because it tells a story with which they're familiar, and they want to read more. 77% of teens. Have you ever met teenagers? I don't know that you can get 77% of teens to do anything. But we're really excited about it. Habits, behaviors, attitudes around reading, and access. So through all of our programs, children and teens and families own more books for their personal libraries. They get to keep those books in their homes. We distribute between 20 and 25,000 books a year, and we pair each of them with school supplies and a craft activity. There's data that tells us that books in a home increase reading scores. There's a correlation there. Great, but here's the thing about this data. Just having books in your home isn't what makes your reading scores go up. It's that your family is valuing reading as an activity, and they have tools in their home that they can do that, which is why distributing books is so important for Words Alive, so we can help build those resources. What's the secret? The secret to Words Alive is our volunteers. They are our lightning rod. They are what makes this happen. Last year we rode with 7,000 kids in San Diego. We have 10 staff members. We're supported by between 800 and 1,000 volunteers from 20 some odd states and 20 some odd countries investing in San Diego's youth because we recognize together we can change this story. Words Alive believes that we can provide an on-ramp for people to be part of the solution. And I think that's really important because we have a community crisis that requires a community solution. Our volunteers read aloud weekly for 30 minutes, or like this local company, they come together for an hour and they pack learning kits with us. They write our curriculum and they write our social media. Our volunteers run book clubs and they run our finance committee. Words Alive is volunteer founded and volunteer powered. It's the core of what we do. If you look at literacy data and statistics going back a generation, you're going to see headlines. And the headlines are going to say 2-point improvement, 2-point decline, 2-point improvement, 2-point decline. It's this constant pendulum. We have not broken out of this. So what Words Alive does is we mobilize people to be part of the solution to see if we can change that narrative. So what can you do to help? First, to be a community that reads, we need to read. I'd like to invite you all to get caught reading. Read books someplace a kid can see you. High five that, it was me when I was a kid, that very nerdy kid at the playground that's reading a book next to the slide because they are inviting the opportunity to strengthen that skill. Ask a child who's reading what they're reading. Why is it interesting? Why do they not like it? Really build those connections. When you are thinking about gifts for nieces and nephews and grandchildren, take them to a bookstore, plug for independent bookstores, take them to a bookstore and choose a book together. Show them the value of reading. And while you're at it, go visit our libraries and then make a big noise that we need to keep them around because they're institutions that allow access to these powerful solutions. The second thing you can do is kind of fun. A couple weeks ago, Words Alive received a donation of books. There's a stack of them in the back of the room. I want to challenge you to take one and give it to a child. Whether it's a child that you know, or it's a child that you see on the trolley, at the bus stop, at the grocery store, hand that book to a child and encourage them to read. Let's say you don't cross paths with a child. Look for those little free libraries. There are these boxes, wooden boxes that are popping up in neighborhoods throughout the county. All you have to do to access it is open the door and slide the book in. It is that easy to change the story on literacy rates in San Diego. This is a problem we can solve, and I really want to invite you to be part of the solution. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very cool. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last book I read, by the way,
Yeah.
was The Three Wolves in the Big Bad Pig.
Oh, it's a good one.
It's a good one. My 4-year-old granddaughter, 2 days ago.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you so much.
Every child deserves the chance to play, learn, and belong, yet for thousands of homeless and low-income youth, that simple joy remains out of reach. When opportunities disappear, confidence fades, and potential goes unheard. At just 14, Arden Pala decided to change that. Through Sports for Kids, he's opening doors to sports, mentorship, and community, proving that inclusion is not just a value, but a powerful tool for change. Aligned with SDG 10, Reduced Inequalities, Arden's journey reminds us that age is never a barrier to impact. Please welcome to the stage, Arden Pala, a changemaker beyond his years.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arden, and first, I want to thank everyone so much for attending this event and showing support to TALTalks and all of our fellow changemakers here today. I also wanted to thank Ms. Rama Devi and Ms. Paula Burke for giving me this amazing opportunity to speak in front of all of you today. Before I go into talking about my inspiration behind what I do, I want to give you all a little bit of a more background about me. And I promise to keep this short. I started volunteering around 10 years ago when my parents started taking me to soup kitchens to serve food to the homeless. As I grew up, I became more and more involved with volunteering, and I invested in giving back to the community. And 4 years ago, I created my organization, Sports for Kids. Our mission is to allow the youths to better the lives of the low-income and homeless through athletics and community engagement. To give you a quick overview of my nonprofit, we basically offer free sports clinics to Title I schools in San Diego in need. I started Sports for Kids because I saw a need in an elementary school where I was previously volunteering at. The principal told me how they had to let go of their athletics coach because of budget cuts. So I talked to the principal after school, and I started coming to that school every single week, every Wednesday, from 3:30 to 4:30. The first year, it was only my mom and I. And what I did is I went to the school for an hour, and I coached 6 to 8 kids how to play basketball. And these kids had no previous opportunity of playing basketball at the school because of the budget cuts that had happened. I wanted to continue after the school year was finished and Sports for Kids was born. Now, since then, after doing research and contacting different elementary schools in San Diego, we currently run weekly programs at 7 different elementary schools in San Diego. And now we have a professional coach alongside assistant high school volunteers coaching these students on how to play basketball and soccer. And in each one of our sessions, each one of our clinics per week, we coach between 30 to 40 students. Now, I was told to inspire you all, and I can tell you about how my organization has raised over $300,000 to put towards our clinics, and how we've introduced more than 750 low-income students to these athletic opportunities. But I want to stray away from those impact numbers and talk to you a little bit more about some of the impact stories I have witnessed from running Sports for Kids. For me, I find these inspirational stories a lot more valuable and a lot more motivating for me to continue doing what I'm doing. And I would love to share them with you today. So first, I'm going to talk about a kid I met named Abraham. I was introduced to Abraham around 3 years ago. My first impression of him was that he was the type of kid who was very shy and reserved. The type of person who would go an entire class without raising their hand. The type of person who has a lot of built-up feelings inside, and he's never shared them because he's just too embarrassed by them. And I think we can all relate to that a little bit. We are all scared of sharing our true feelings, and growing up in an unstable, low-income household, it was even harder for Abraham. Lastly, one thing you should know about him is that Abraham was born with a leg deformity, which will forever affect his ability to walk and play sports. When I first observed Abraham during our sports clinics, he wasn't very engaged. The principal at school told me that Abraham had never really played any type of sports before. Even during recess, he would just sit out by the seats and read a book. And for the first couple of weeks during the clinic, I didn't think much of him. And I thought he would just continue to give half his effort and sit out for most games the entire school year. And I was very, very wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. It started off very, very slow. During the first couple practices, Abraham didn't really do anything. Abraham was too shy to call for the ball, and during our drills, he only really gave half his effort. But then something special happened one day. Abraham had gotten the ball during a scrimmage. A scrimmage is a basketball game. And while he was open by the opposing team's net, he shot it and he made it. You might think, where's the magic in that? He just made one shot. Some skilled players can make 4 or 5 of those per game. And I mean, there's some truth to that, but I do believe something special happened. Because practice by practice, Abraham gained a footing in basketball and got more and more comfortable. During one practice, he would run a little faster and engage with his teammates just a little bit more. And during the next, he would be getting assists and start actually scoring for his team. I couldn't be more impressed. By the last practice of that school year, Abraham looked like he'd been playing basketball for years. He was calling out for his team for his pass, and then taking that pass and then scoring a layup or a three-pointer. The principal was astonished with Abraham's improvement. He told me he would never have expected this type of change in Abraham's ability to play sports. And I'm so grateful to be a part of that change for Abraham. Now I want to talk to you about another student. And actually, is this the clicker for the okay, cool. I have like a picture of Abraham. So does this have a laser? Oh, is there a laser on this? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So this person right here. Oh, like behind everyone? Okay. Okay, well, this person right here, is okay, I'm just gonna go right here. This person right here is Abraham. He's in all black, and you can see him also again right here. And this is one of our clinics that we were hosting. So just to kind of show you guys what it's about. This is our next person, Dijon's story. I want to talk to you about another student I met 4 years ago, and his name is Dijon. Dijon is a polar opposite of Abraham, because when I first met him, he was an amazing basketball player, by far the most skilled player at our session that year. When he was playing basketball, he just looked like he filtered out every other thought, and he was just focused on scoring. He is the type of person to be so skilled in something but have no idea of their gift. Dijon had never played for any club or any school team before. With his family situation at home, from what the principal told me, his parents couldn't drive him to clubs or to school games, let alone afford to take Dijon to a local basketball club. And when I asked Dijon if he ever considered playing basketball for high school, he says he didn't really think much of basketball as more than just a hobby. And I respect that decision. But I feel like if he were ever to change his mind in the future when he does go to high school, because all these students right here are in middle school and elementary school, then I wouldn't want him to regret not practicing during the time he was in middle school. So my other coach and I decided to help Dijon get better and better at basketball. Dijon, again, is a gifted basketball player, but he does have a lot of flaws. For starters, he did not want to pass the ball, which made him particularly unpopular among other players. And his shooting form was sloppy and inconsistent. He would be making a lot of points one day, but then the other day he would really be missing a lot of his shots. And that's a big problem. I don't know if anyone here plays basketball, but not having a consistent shooting form and not passing to your players are really big turnoffs for a basketball coach. And when the time came, but after working with him during the season, Dijon grew and grew and grew as a basketball player. And when the time came for Dijon to graduate middle school and go into the horrifying high school experience, Dijon tried out for the varsity basketball team, and he got it as a freshman, which is insane. And just to show you Dijon in this picture, he is the kid wearing the Beast Mode only shirt right there. And then in this one, he's right here in the background. So, yeah. So these two stories pull in different directions and still teach the same lesson, which is Abraham reminds me that the quiet effort can rewrite the story you tell about yourself. And Dijon reminds me that raw talent becomes leadership only when you combine it with teamwork. Both also remind me why volunteering matters. It's not about fixing everything. These two amazing stories of immense change, and these are two stories of immense change, and I love telling them to anyone I talk to about my organizations. But I want to share something I don't put on my organization flyers and talk to people like people, and the part that I don't really talk about at all. The truth is, at least in my organization, it's not always good story after good story. And I've unfortunately witnessed a lot of less inspiring and really sad stories from some of my students. For example, some of the students I work with had to quit our clinics because of familial issues. And many kids had to stop coming to school altogether because their family had been evicted from their house and became homeless. And these are elementary school kids. Sometimes the win you prayed for just does not happen. A kid stops coming to your clinics right when they start getting confident. A family crisis can hit, a divorce can happen, an eviction notice can pop up, and the school just takes a back seat. Now, I'm telling you all this not because I want to make you really sad, but because I want to show you the full reality of service volunteering. Now, where's the inspiration in that? For me, it lives what service can do to you and through you, even when the results are messy. So here are some things I've learned from volunteering. First is presence beats perfection. Most days, we are not solving every single problem. We are showing up on time, with care, a high five, and remembering their name. Remembering their name is very important. Second is small actions can compound. One drill, 1 week, 1 season. That's all it took for Abraham to completely transform. He stacked tiny little wins across every single week until he gained a really strong footing into basketball. Third is community multiplies impact. I am only one person, And Sports for Kids works with parents, volunteers, and other organizations to create our change. We have over 7,500 volunteer service hours. We work with over 25 foundations which have donated to us. It takes a village to really create a change, and I'm very adamant about that. I run the same drills and the same affirmations, and sometimes I wonder if anything is ever landing. This is where a lot of us would want to quit when volunteering, when it becomes really dry. This is where a lot of us want to quit, because we think progress should always be linear, and it's not. It's a really, really messy graph, and it has with jumps and has dips and long, really, really long flat parts, which can really dismotivate most people. But volunteering teaches you how to show up during those flat parts, and that's how you create real change, even when it gets really dry. I used to think inspiration was a really big feeling you get at the end of a perfect day, and now I think inspiration is a choice you make at the beginning of a normal one. You get up and you go and you give what you have to these students, at least for me. And some days the results are bright, and some days they are quiet, but they both matter in the long run. That is my perspective on volunteering, and it's not about fixing people, it's about standing with people. It's not about the big moments, it's about the faithful ones, and always being there for that person. So in conclusion, yes, in volunteering, there are definitely sad parts, and there are heavy parts. The hard parts do not cancel out the good. I think it's always important to acknowledge both types of stories. If you remember one thing from today, I want you to remember this. You do not have to fix everything to change something. All I want you to do is when you're volunteering, I want you to show up, and I want you to stay kind, and I want you to stay consistent. Because that's how the real work lives, and that's how real change happens. Thank you so much.
For families fighting childhood cancer, the hardest part isn't just treatment, it's getting there. Many children miss life-saving appointments simply because they lack transportation. The Emilio Neri's Foundation changes that. Through their Ride with Emilio program, they drive families safely to care, offering food, emotional support, and hope when it's needed most. Their mission advances SDG 3, good health and well-being, and reminds us that compassion in motion can save lives. Please welcome to the stage Elsa Morales-Roth, Executive Director of the Emilio Neri's Foundation, bringing strength and hope to families in crisis.
Hi everyone, it's my honor truly to be here with all of you and share a little bit of our work. As I said, my name is Elsa Morales-Roth. I'm the Executive Director of Emilio Neri's Foundation. What do? we try to navigate and support families navigate their child's journey with cancer and life-threatening diseases. What does that look like? It looks very different for each one of the families that we serve. Who here has had a family member, a loved one, a friend that has gone through cancer or a life-threatening disease treatment? All of us. And we go back to that moment when they told us about that feeling of what's next? What is the next step? What does that look like? So imagine when a parent or guardian is thinking about that. What do I do next? Who do I ask for support? That's how we were founded, actually. Emilio's story. So Emilio Nares Foundation honors Emilio, who was diagnosed with leukemia when he was 3 years old. His parents, Richard and Diane Nares, would take him to treatment to Rady Children's Hospital and several hospitals throughout the nation, trying to find treatment and a cure. Unfortunately, Emilio's leukemia was so aggressive that he passed away right before he turned 6. That was about 25 years ago. In that grieving process, Richard and Diane Nares, along with our current director of parents, Luz Quiroga, started the organization to honor him, because the need that they saw back then was plain access to healthcare because of lack of transportation. Imagine here in San Diego County, if you're living in Fallbrook, in San Isidro, or in East County, in Ramona, and trying to get to your hospital appointment when public transportation takes you 2 to 3 hours at least. Imagine having a child that's immunocompromised. Imagine when you have not only one child, but other children, their siblings. So you have 2, 3 kids. Can you use public transportation? No. And then what COVID taught us during the pandemic is that if you're immunocompromised, you cannot take public transportation because you can be exposed to virus or disease, or just, it's not safe. It's not reliable. So imagine when you're going through all of that. That's where we come in. So our legacy for 23 years was transportation, just making sure that families would be able to get chemotherapy. Richard and Diane would drive their little minivan and pick up families throughout San Diego County, take them to Rady Children's Hospital, and back in a very safe way. I actually, part of what I joined almost 2 years ago is because of this. Because transportation is still a barrier. But why do we matter? A lot of people take ride shares. There's so many ride shares, Ubers and Lyfts and all of that. It's the same issue, right? While they're sanitized, they're not sanitized at the level that we need it for our children. And still today, 50% of families face transportation barriers today to medical appointments. It still takes us 2 to 3, almost 4 hours, even if we're in the inner cities. Medical bankruptcy is the leading cause of financial distress for families of children with cancer. And the survival rates of children with cancer are significantly higher when treatments are consistent and timely. What's most emotional, what makes me emotional, is that 1 in 285 children in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer before they turn 20. That's huge. So even today, 23 years later, we continue to honor Emilio, and our mission is this. For more than 20 years, we've helped families support and navigate their child's journey with cancer and life-threatening diseases. But beyond that, our vision is to aim equitable access to healthcare in different ways beyond transportation. We want to make sure that we promote welfare in all underserved communities, for everybody to have access to healthcare, which should be a basic human right. Who we serve? We actually serve all of Southern California with a small but very mighty staff of 14 people. San Diego, Imperial County, Riverside, Orange, San Bernardino, and South LA. This is our continuum of care. So while we started with transportation, and transportation is still a need, today we actually amplified our services. We start at the Family Resource Center. We're actually inside of Rady Children's Hospital and Children's Hospital Orange County, where we're an extension. So a lot of people say the hospitals have social workers, but they're so overwhelmed with work. and making sure that the families have access to healthcare. So we take care of all the other needs, because when you're diagnosed, one thing is access to healthcare, but what happens with the financial hardships that your family was already facing? The family dynamics, sometimes domestic violence, sometimes homelessness. And then your child gets diagnosed. So we want to make sure that we could take those complex cases. A lot of the families that we serve are immigrants, are English language learners. But even then, I know firsthand, and I think all of us know firsthand, how complex it is to navigate the healthcare system. They throw this diagnosis and then try to create a roadmap with a lot of technical terms that you might not know. And again, the question is, but what's next? What's going to happen now? So what we do with the Family Resource Center is we sit down one-on-one with families and ask, how can we help? Do you need shelter? Do you need food? Do you need legal aid? What else do you need? How can we help? And we do an assessment. We make sure that families receive services in their language. Because again, navigating the healthcare system is complex in itself. Imagine doing it in a different language, in a different culture. So through the Family Resource Center, we connect families to free transportation with Ride with Emilio. We address food insecurity with Emilio snack bags. Because a lot of people don't know that when you go through chemotherapy, or with specifically chemotherapy, or when you do transfusions and other, you have to fast. And sometimes children, when they wake up, they don't have food. So we provide snack bags, hospital approved, nutrition is accepted and approved, and we provide them at no cost. We give them to our hospitals and they distribute that. We also have Creating for Hope. So a lot of people don't know that leukemia treatment takes 3 years. And sometimes it's so aggressive that children have to be in the hospital 6 months, a year, or more. So imagine if you're the caregiver that has to be in and out of the hospital or stay with their child. That's a lot of isolation. And then what we see is, because the situation is so complex, that when they ask for help to family members or friends, sometimes they get a no. And it takes an emotional toll. So what we do with Creating for Hope, we have knitting, crocheting, and peer support groups inside the hospital. We take them out a little bit from the hospital rooms, and we have a network of what we call almost comadres in Spanish, or friends. People that are going through the same experience. We start with knitting and crocheting as yoga for the mind, which has been actually approved by Harvard and has said this is yoga for the mind. So we start with that, but then you start conversations with each other, and you create a group that is supporting each other and sharing resources. Not only that, our facilitator actually is a resource center manager. And so she listens to the conversations to make sure we provide the resources they need. And finally, there's 2 paths here, unfortunately. We do have an end-of-life program. And this is a tough conversation to have with a lot of our cultures. We never talk about that. So what we connect families to services like bereavement, or preparing them for when their child is diagnosed with a terminal cancer, which is the toughest thing that could ever happen. But we connect them to bereavement services. We make sure that we advocate and we give them the tools to advocate when they are even contracting funeral services. Because a lot of people don't know, but the reality is that there are predatory practices. The worst time that a human being and a parent can. So we advocate for them because we want to make sure that they don't go into debt because they're trying to honor their loved one. A lot of people don't know that the most basic funeral service could go from $7,500 to anything. $7,500 to $75,000. Imagine if a family is already below the poverty level. What can that do to their economic mobility? They're going to be in debt for years. So we try, in a very caring way, make sure that although they honor their loved one, they should make sure that they also think about the future. But then part of thinking about the future is this program, Healing Through Nature, which I'll talk a little bit more about that. This is all during the treatment. This is our continuum of care, and this is a wraparound support for the whole family. We want to make sure that siblings, the uncle, the aunt, the grandmother, everybody feels supported. We connect them to mental health services to make sure that we keep them stable. These are some of the programs that I was mentioning. The one that I want to highlight is Healing Through Nature, which is our post-treatment program. Before I start with that, our impact, 1.6 million miles logged. 24,000 children have received snack bags. 15,000 individuals served. And this is the ethnicity and race that we serve. A lot of Latino, a lot of Black communities, a lot of people of color. And a lot of people say, do you focus only on low-income families and communities? No. We serve anyone that needs it, because even if you're a high-income earner, again, the healthcare system might be complex for you to navigate. So we serve everyone. Our why. Sandra, age 9. Imagine a child diagnosed with a brain tumor. 60 treatments and 2 surgeries. His uncle had to sell his home because he was going to be the one taking care of the younger siblings, while mom was going to go and take her to treatment, and while dad was working the night shift. Imagine the dynamics that are already existing. Brother dropped off from school because he needed to support uncle to take care of the younger siblings, the sisters. The youngest sibling was very resentful because at 2 years old, she didn't understand why mom and dad were not at home, only uncle. Mother faced depression because she saw that. And then father, again, was working the night shifts. So what are the services that we provided? Free transportation, so we could get the chemotherapy. Housing referrals, because they were, again, uncle sold his home. They were renting a room, so we got them affordable housing through one of our nonprofit partners, because as our previous speaker said, it takes a village, right? And then beyond that, virtual education. The siblings had to stop going to school because they couldn't manage all of this. So we made sure that while they were with uncle and brother, they still continued to have the education online. We partnered with another charter school that would help us out. Translation and education of diagnosis. We partnered with another nonprofit that was specializing in translating this diagnosis, not ChatGPT in it, but actually translating the diagnosis to also do the research and let them know all the treatments that were available, that sometimes, unfortunately, we don't get all those options from our healthcare provider. And then food and back to school gift cards, because when they went back to school, they needed backpacks, they needed books, because everything was going to the treatment. So this is beautiful Sandra when she got to ring her bell. For those that don't know what ringing the bell means, is you completed cancer treatment and she is cancer free. That in itself was such a celebration for all of us. We hosted that at our Millionaires Foundation offices, and part of the Latino culture, you have to have your aunt and your grandmother, and we had like 20, 30 people. We were missing the dog, just missing the dog. But in the middle of these conversations and celebration and talking to the parents, we realized, ooh, they're going through depression, both of them in different ways. Not only that, you see that in that plaque, there's 2 very small paragraphs, and that's something that the children read, or adults, they read to say this journey is done. And it's in English and in Spanish, at least that one. So when I asked her, hey, do you want to read this? Because that'll empower you and say, yes, I'm a superstar, I'm a warrior, and I finished this treatment. And she said, oh no, I don't want to read it. And I asked, why? Do you want to read it in English or in Spanish? Because she's a Spanish speaker. I don't know how to read. So here is Sandra at age 10, completed treatment and everything, and she had stopped going to school. And she didn't want to go back to school because her little head was shaven. And she thought, I'm going to get bullied, so I don't want to go. So that's when we asked, what happens after treatment? And this is when we decided we have to do something in regards to post-treatment support, addressing social drivers of health, which are very much in line with the sustainable goals. Economic mobility, how can we reconnect them to education? Financial education, literacy, Words Alive mentioned it. Financial education, mental health, making sure that brother and sisters and Sandra herself were able to go back to school, get scholarships. It's a whole conversation. So the whole team came together. All of the Emilio Neres Foundation said, how can we help after treatment? Because what we want to do is make sure that we reintegrate them into everyday life and make sure that they have success, that they thrive after. That yes, we overcame this challenge, but what is in the future for us? So that in workforce development for Dad, we upskilled him to make sure he moved from at least from night shift to day shift, so he could see his children, and that depression went a little bit away. And that's when we created also Healing Through Nature. This is our post-treatment program. Other than the Family Resource Center, where we still provide case management way beyond when they complete treatment, Healing Through Nature brings in mental health. When I was having those conversations and my team was having conversations with families, they said, I can't get off the survival mode card. I don't know how to live life again. Because every time my child has a headache, I don't know if the brain tumor is going to come back. Imagine that. So they isolate and they don't go out. They're afraid of the sun because of chemotherapy. You shouldn't be in the sun. There's so many things that they went through. And some of us have experienced that during COVID. How do you come down from survival mode? Imagine that when your child has gone through cancer. So what we did is we created a program, step one of many, where we provide outdoor activities for children and their parents in nature. How simple is that? Just going to the park. But actually what we realized is all of these families, they didn't remember the last time they went to a park. They didn't remember the last time they were interacting with others. For some of them that are local to San Diego, some of us know about Lake Murray. Some of us know about Ocean Beach. Imagine when we asked, have you ever been here before? And they all said no. For some of us, we have the privilege to go to these places, and for some of them, because they don't have transportation, because they went through trauma, they've never been to something that was 2 miles away from their home. So for us, it was important that we provided the transportation and we had Healing Through Nature, where we have activities with the San Diego River Park Foundation. Again, collaboration. And they take the children and they do STEM classes. So they get to learn about their habitat. And part of the logo of our Healing Through Nature program is, for example, a manzanita tree that's native from San Diego. When you burn down the manzanita tree, it actually grows right back. And so the part of our program logo is that, because we want to share that you are resilient. That manzanita tree, you're the same. Also the osprey. The habitat was destroyed by us humans. And actually it came back, and now it's just grown. The population has grown. So the same thing, same concept, resiliency for all the children. So children get to learn about their habitat, become environmental stewards, but also just be kids with other kids that went through the same experience. And we separate the parents from the kids. We provide childcare, don't worry, we take care of them. But what's different is that the parents get to do other activities. and breathe for a second and be real and share, I'm still depressed, I'm still anxious, I'm still this. So then we start talking about yoga, mindfulness. When we ask, do you know what mindfulness is? Every single time, it's a no. So now they know about breathing exercises. That reduces anxiety, as we all know. But we do family activities. Every single person participates. We do financial education. You'll see that the parent, it says financial success. Why financial education? Because your brain is now going to start thinking about the future, from present to future. And they get to smell the flowers. One of the photos is three parents, and one of them is just going like this. When was the last time we all smelled a flower? So this is the power of, again, making sure that you not only address the transportation piece, but all the other determinants of health. And making sure you create those spaces for families to heal after. So workforce development, mental health, education, this is all part of the reintegration that we work in. So it's not only supporting during treatment, now we're evolving into what happens after treatment. And we want to make sure that the whole family thrives after treatment. Ways to collaborate, if you want to volunteer. We're always looking for people who want to do mindfulness, that want to work with the kids and do workshops. We do dream catchers because we bring in indigenous healing practices from the Kumeyaay, from the land that we're in. If you want to just mentor one of the children, if you want to talk to a parent and be a lending ear, just parent to parent, we welcome that. You can partner. We're always looking for new activities. We have a couple of kiddos that want to play soccer. Right? Collaboration, I already saw it. We have kiddos that want to do that or other activities, right? And of course, the funding. I always have to do my ask. Any type of funding is just going to allow us to expand. And this is just San Diego County. We're actually moving into Imperial County in the next year, and then into Orange County. So I just want to say, in any way you can, will you be part of this journey with us and help out families? Thank you.
Every year, thousands of students graduate from high school. But too many step into the world, unsure of what comes next. For some, opportunity feels out of reach. For others, the path ahead is hidden behind barriers they didn't build. But in North County, San Diego, one organization is changing that story. Project Next is helping students move from uncertainty to confidence, from questions to direction, from potential to purpose. Through future centers, career readiness programs, and mentorship, they're giving young people the clarity, skills, and connections to build a future that's truly their own. Behind this movement is a relentless champion for students. A leader who knows what it means to stand at a crossroads and choose hope. Please welcome to the stage Lisa Stout, Executive Director of Project Next, empowering the next generation to step boldly into their future.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Stout, and I have the absolute privilege of working alongside an amazing team that helps young people discover what's possible for their future. But years before I started helping students find their path, I was very lost myself. When I was 16 years old, I stood at a crossroads. And one road led to a high school where the lessons were very distant from my reality, and the other to a 30-hour-a-week job that I worked to help support my family. And I didn't know it then, but that moment would come to define the work that I do for the rest of my life. Because young people face crossroads every single day. Not just streets, but choices, expectations, and beliefs in themselves. And sometimes all it takes is one person to show them that there's a third path that they never knew existed. I grew up in a single-parent household. My mom worked 2 jobs just to keep food on the table. I helped support my younger siblings, and we got by on very little. College was not a word that was ever used in my household. In fact, it felt like a distant world away. And real careers, the ones where you could build a life beyond everyday survival, seemed like it was for everybody else, but definitely not for me. But along the way, a few amazing educators stepped in, and they didn't just teach subjects, they taught possibility. They noticed me, believed in me, and showed me that the world could be so much bigger than my current circumstances. And those moments changed my life. And that's why I became a high school counselor, and I spent 20 years helping students discover what's possible. From inside the system, I saw clearly schools carry a monumental task. They educate, socialize, nurture, and heal all at once. And educators do heroic work, but preparing students for life after high school is too big a job for one system alone. In fact, across California, the average student to counselor ratio is 500 to 1. My numbers were much bigger when I was a counselor. And after 2 decades of counseling, I realized we don't need to try harder in education. We were already trying very hard. We need to try differently. And that is the spark behind Project Next. Here's what I saw. Students are expected to figure it out on their own, and often without a roadmap or a compass, or these days, Google Maps. They don't know road maps anymore. But there's a misconception that success looks the same for everyone, but it's not a one-size-fits-all path to success. Every student is unique, and every path is valid so long as they're choosing it with well-informed intention. At the same time, employers are searching for skilled, motivated young people, and the gap between classrooms and the workforce is ever growing. Fewer than 30% of high school students feel prepared for their next step. And only 46% of students who are pursuing a specific path feel confident that they're ready. Many students don't have guidance at home, and parents and caregivers don't always know all of the paths that exist or the full range of options or programs. And this gap matters. In 2024, only 45% of teenagers considered 2 or 4-year colleges as their next step, down from 73% in 2018, while interest in vocational programs and technical boot camps more than tripled. Too many students are graduating unsure of who they are, what they're good at, or how to take the next step. And those most at risk have the most potential, but the least exposure. And that is the gap that Project Next exists to fill. In a world where talent is universal but opportunity is not, we stand as an essential resource for high school students. And our mission is very simple. It's to help high school students plan and prepare for a future that is best for them. We believe that every student deserves clarity, confidence, and connections, the three things that can truly shape a future. Because with clarity comes direction, with confidence comes empowerment, and with connections comes opportunity. We partner with school districts and many community supporters to bring this to life through our future centers. They're vibrant, welcoming hubs that are designed by students, for students, meeting students literally and figuratively where they're at. And no two centers are alike. Each reflects the unique community and campus in which we serve. And we serve students in two ways. We have drop-in services for any student on campus, and a 2-year cohort program for students furthest from opportunity, providing deeper, personalized guidance and support. Each Future Center is staffed with a career coach who walks alongside students, helping them explore possibilities, plan their next steps, and prepare for a full range of post-secondary options from college to skilled trades to the workforce of the military. We also have a dedicated financial aid coach who helps remove barriers to opportunity so that college or any post-secondary path is accessible to any student, no matter their circumstances. Inside a Future Center, students don't just learn about their options, they experience them. We bring together educators, business leaders, and community stakeholders to surround students with real-world opportunities that build confidence in their own strengths. And this is not about telling students what they should do, it's about helping them discover who they already are, but helping them with the confidence and know that they're capable of it. And it's not a talent gap that we're solving, it's an exposure gap. When students can see what's possible, understand their options, and build meaningful connections, they gain the clarity, confidence, and direction to own their future. And Next is more than just letters. It's a promise to help students navigate their path, to stand confidently at the crossroads, and to understand that no path is linear. Next is a mindset. When students see Next, they see ownership of their story. And these are not just words. These are the lens that we design our future centers, our partnerships, and our programs. Every decision we make, every opportunity we create is about giving students the tools and the confidence to own their next. And here are just a few examples of Next in the community, talking about partnerships, as everybody has been doing today. Dr. Nelson is a local orthodontist, and he served on our board of directors. And he gifted braces to some of our students who didn't have the opportunity to get them. And just knowing that a smile can completely change a student's confidence. Carmenia Panlilio is a COO of a company called Scale Capacity. She came to one of our networking events, connected with a student, began mentoring her. She's a first-generation college student, and now she's in a paid internship, thriving. Valerie Elkin-Agnew retired after 25 years at Viasat, and she volunteered for our interview skills day. And our mission spoke to her so deeply that she's now, we call her a professional in residence, 2 days a week at one of our future centers. So these stories show that anyone can impact the life of a student. Just one person believing in a student, helping them, and opening the door can change that student's trajectory. And together with our partners, we're ensuring that no talent goes unnoticed and no opportunity goes unexplored, regardless of a student's circumstances or their zip code. I want to share 2 stories of students who are living proof of Next in action. Anthony is a student who was on the verge of dropping out. His mom worked 2 jobs to support his family. He had younger siblings. Anthony himself had been justice involved, just obstacle after obstacle. He carried a lot of responsibilities, a lot of weight on his shoulders. School felt impossible, and he wondered if he would even show up the next day. He made his way into one of our future centers, but all he was looking for was an immediate job. He needed to help his mom. He was not planning for his future at that point. He was living day to day. But through consistent coaching, he began to see possibilities he hadn't imagined before. He learned about apprenticeships, skilled trades, and the potential to build a career that could support both he and his family moving forward. With guidance and support, Anthony found work that aligned with his interests. He stayed committed and finished high school and gained confidence to set his goals beyond the day-to-day survival. Today, he's in a skilled trade apprenticeship program, building not just a career, but a sense of pride and possibility. And seeing Anthony transform from uncertain to unstoppable is the reason we do this work. Jaylee's a first-generation college student. When she first walked into a future center, she didn't know how to network or even what that meant, where to find internships, or even if college was an option for her. But through mentorship, strategic coaching, and exposure offered through Project Next, Jaylee learned how to navigate professional spaces. She applied for internships and learned to advocate for herself. Today, she attends Cal State San Marcos, majoring in cybersecurity with excitement and purpose. And she told me recently, something that sticks with me, that she knows she belongs in these spaces. She's confident, capable, and ready to claim her future. And that sense of belonging, that shift from, do I fit in here, to yes, I deserve to be here, is exactly what Project Next is about. And these are just two stories of hundreds of students, of lives that we change every day. And the work we do at Project Next doesn't just change individual lives, it ripples outward, strengthening schools, communities, and workplaces. In fact, our approach aligns directly with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of quality education by giving every student personalized guidance and real-world learning experiences, decent work and economic growth by connecting young people to careers that offer stability, purpose, and opportunity, reduced inequalities by reaching students who too often get overlooked, and partnerships for the goals, because real lasting change happens when schools, businesses, and communities work together, as we've heard over and over again today. Project Next is a movement of educators, employers, and everyday people saying every student deserves a future they can see and believe in. And you do not have to be an educator to make a difference. You just need to show up, share your story, your time, or your expertise. One conversation, one connection, one moment of belief can truly change a young person's course. I believe I was born to do this work, not because my path was easy, because it wasn't. Every student that deserves a chance to see beyond their circumstances, to know that where they come from does not define their or limit where they can go. And every student deserves clarity to understand who they are and what's possible, confidence to step into rooms that once felt out of reach, and connections to people who open doors and remind them that they were never meant to walk this path alone. And when we give young people those three things, we don't just change their future, we change what's possible for all of us. Imagine if every student walked across that graduation stage, not just with a diploma, but with the power to own their next. That's the world Project Next is building, one future at a time. Thank you.
Let's take a 30 minutes short networking break, and afterwards we have two amazing people to share their impactful journeys. Hi everyone. Let's start again. We have 2 more keynotes.
When a child faces a medical crisis, no family should have to choose between healing and being together. Yet every day, parents sleep in hospital chairs or travel long hours just to be near their child. Ronald McDonald House Charities of San Diego provides more than shelter. It offers comfort, community, and care. A place where families share meals, find rest, and regain strength together. Their work embodies SDG 3, good health and well-being, reminding us that healing begins with family, love, and hope. Please welcome to the stage Charles Day, President and CEO of Ronald McDonald House San Diego, keeping families close when it matters most.
Well, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for being with us today as I try to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about, well, Ronald McDonald House on a big scale and Ronald McDonald House here in San Diego. Again, my name is Chuck Day, and I do have the pleasure and honor of serving as the president and CEO of the San Diego Ronald McDonald House. But I also happen to be a very lucky member of a network of houses throughout the world organized through Ronald McDonald House Charities. Our global partner based in Chicago, working with our founding mission partner McDonald's, but each of our houses that we have, some 390 now throughout the world, are organized as individual charities, and our San Diego house is no exception. So today I'd like to kind of start with the overview about where we are. But first, I want to just take just a moment to thank and appreciate what's happening here at Touch of Life Foundation today. And when I read through and I got to know this organization and talking to the folks I met today, empowering individuals and organizations to make a kinder world. I don't know what else I can say. In fact, I think that's the message we all need to take home today, and I just so appreciate it. And here I am with TALTalks, one of the parts of the TAL ecosystem, an incredible collection of services and vision that's going to change our world sometime. I congratulate you on that. It's really great to see someone and a collection of people make a real and lasting difference. Ronald McDonald House Charities is really and truly an inadvertent movement, I should say. The idea being that a movement really consists of a need, a spark, a niche, a vision, and a collective. And in this case, some many, many years ago, in the 1970s, 1972, it became very clear that families needed to be close to their child in the hospital, something we intuitively know. In fact, I often say that this is an incredibly simple mission we do, keeping families close, but it has such a maximum impact on the health of the child and the health of the family. Our need, keep families close. The spark for us, a 6'5" professional football player, American professional football player named Fred Hill, and his 5'4" wife Fran, and their daughter Kim. They went to Philadelphia right out of the University of Southern California back in the 1970s. He was very, very good at what he did. And he was also a great dad, as Fran is today a great mom. And in that, they had many community connections in their new hometown of Philadelphia, where he was a Philadelphia Eagle tight end. And there they found Dr. Audrey Evans, perhaps the historically preeminent director of a cancer center for pediatrics in the world at the time, a time when cancer diagnoses for children was not a very positive story to tell. And she knew exactly what needed to happen. That spark came with this simple phrase: a sick child means there's a sick family. We know in this niche that psychosocial support is one of the most important things we can provide to a family to allow them to begin to stay focused on the healing process and to remain healthy as they go through it. And that's what we tried to do. Our vision: provide a home away from home for families with a child in medical crisis. And as we know, in today's environment, when a child is in the hospital, that child is very sick. Everything we do in the healthcare environment today is to keep those children out of the hospital. But we see the families with children in the hospital. And trying to provide a home away from home is really the kind of the overlapping goal, I should say, that we have at the Ronald McDonald House. Now, this collective at the beginning with our friend Fred and his wife Fran was really this collection, the same one we have in San Diego. Physicians, nurses, and social workers, comprehensive pediatric healthcare system, volunteers and donors who really cared in the community, community partners, in our case, McDonald's Corporation. And I think with all of the exception of McDonald's, it sounds an awful lot like TAL, with the great corporate support from Solix and all that makes that happen. This idea that a collective of people are dedicated to what we're trying to accomplish, and that is improve this world for families in need. We really do our very best to find ways of supporting families, and in the U.S. system, we call it Partners in Care. Moms and dads, grandparents, guardians, the 2 people or 4 people who make the most difference at the bedside can be supported in such a way that when they step away from the bedside, we support them at the Ronald McDonald House with the idea that we can help them find a moment of respite so they can go back and do what they do. That's kind of the global look, what we do. And in San Diego, our activation is a bit different. We are located directly across the street from Rady Children's Hospital and around the corner from Sharp Mary Birch Hospital for Women and Newborns. It is a high-risk delivery focused hospital here in San Diego. And so we are oftentimes serving families who have children in the neonatal intensive care, the pediatric intensive care, the cancer center next door, the cardiac care center next door, or any other version of that where the child is so ill or injured that they need support from families and need to be in the hospital. Our building sits atop a 7-story parking garage right across the street from the hospital, literally 300 steps from the bedside. What does our movement look like as we kind of transition it? I'd like to introduce you to, with the help of our friends, our technical friends, the Lopez family with this short video.
It's amazing how life works, how life is. One day we're celebrating Auntie's baby shower, and the next day we're at the hospital. Michelle is 17 years old. Very bright, smart, beautiful, caring, loving, funny girl. She suffered an AVM rupture. AVMs are painful. It's pressure in your brain. How did she make it? She was a healthy child, never complained about headaches, anything, just normal kid. May 1st, we arrived to the hospital and the doctor's telling you, your child's not gonna make it. We're just here with so much faith and hope that she will recover. The social worker came by, spoke to us about Ronald McDonald's house. That was a huge relief because I knew that someone would help given the time frame for my daughter to recover.
And it also helps reduce the stress between long commutes.
It's not just about a roof over your head and the food. There's amazing staff here. With the stuff you're going through, you can relate with other families, and it's amazing to hear their story, and then we become friends.
With the amenities that they provide, you're able to come here, rejuvenate, and go back, continue taking care of your kids.
It's comforting to know I have somewhere to sleep, and to know that the next day I'll be able to be across the street at Rady's. I have a 9-year-old who has been missing me since May. When she stepped foot into Ronald McDonald's house, she was just amazed. Wow, It brings joy to my heart to see how everybody has the chance to spend time with their loved ones here. It's a huge help because our kids need us. They need us when they're going through this difficult time. She wants to come and visit. It's just awesome to be able to share that experience with my daughter. I'm just so happy to be part of Ronald McDonald's House.
So our Ronald McDonald House begins with that thought, the idea that we can do our very best to care for families going through a very, very tough time. And it began out of moments of, well, a tragedy that was held in common by the Deloriers, the Gilliams, the Halises, Hernandez, Romeros, the Rosas, and Shapiros. It was a cancer diagnosis that resulted in the loss of those 7 children. And absolutely incredible effort came about. A plot of land identified not far from the hospital by the CEO, Blair Sadler, Dr. Donald Schwartz, the founder of our cancer center at the then Children's Hospital, and then Irma Gusfield, the social worker, got together and said, we can do this. And what this was provide a place for a family to be when they're going through this. And our first house was born. 8 rooms turned to 12. In 2009, the board received the opportunity to build a new house right next to the hospital that you've seen a bit. And that house today, well, last year in 2024, 50,000 visits from family members coming to us for day use services, breakfast, lunch, dinner, using our laundry facilities, accessing online services, actually doing work from our great room, finding a place for kids to play. The idea that they could, again, actually step away. Another 1,372 family members came and stayed with us overnight. It was a different year in 2024, as you're about to see, but I'm going to share some numbers. Numbers are sometimes important, but I really like the next one. 258,000 meals served free of charge to the families we served at the Ronald McDonald House in 2024. The idea that we could provide lodging to those we could, and if we couldn't provide the lodging because we didn't have the space, we could make sure they had that breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the meal that would help them survive the day. Over 100 children attended our school away from school. The San Diego Unified School District here, as one of our prior speakers said, collaboration. And absolutely phenomenal. The K through 12 school that they have there, changing and keeping lives moving forward for these families. And 81,000 hours of volunteer time at the Ronald McDonald House. And it has been a true privilege to see these volunteers dealing with what we do at our house in so many different ways, from fundraising to maybe just simply saying hello at our front reception desk, touching a family, helping them understand where they are, what they can do next. And for us in our lodging program, while we're serving those meals for folks not able to stay with us, think of the fact that the average length of stay for a family at the house is 37 nights. We've had families there for 500 nights as well, all doing one thing, and that's caring for their child in the hospital. Our challenge, here it is, and 2024 even accentuated a bit more. The blue bars, they just represent the number of families on our wait list each and every night. We did not have enough capacity to serve all, and we needed to do something and make it happen. So in 2024, the last numbers that reflect this reflect at any given time more than 60 families, closer to 70 families are on that wait list. 70 families who were identified by the social work team at the hospital and our staff as needing a room to stay. This graph drives me crazy. Less than 50% of the families referred to us were able to find a room in 2024. We found a way of thinking about families differently too, because we began to study through our global network and the University of California, San Francisco, a learning from family study around the world, and particularly at the San Diego Ronald McDonald House, 350 families we looked at. And as you can see, as you kind of parse that graph, co-occurrence of anxiety and depression, well over 50% for anxiety, and sometimes into the 60% for depression. Clinically diagnosable. These are folks who are really going through it. And what can we do to make that better? Well, our response in this case was a campaign. Imagine the moment. The campaign for San Diego's Ronald McDonald House, a $22 million goal. We wanted to build new rooms. We built 28. We're going to share some more about that. And we also wanted to look at how we can better serve families and preserve our sustainability. If you could play this quick video, these are some volunteers that we truly appreciate at the house.
Imagine the moment when this house becomes a sanctuary.
Imagine the moment siblings can stay together and keep learning even during crisis.
Imagine the moment when your son or daughter gets the care that they need.
Imagine the moment when you provide a meal and they don't have to think about it.
Imagine the moment when your support offers a family a little bit of time away from the hospital.
Imagine the moment when you're ready to battle cancer and lean in, and somebody chooses to stand by your side.
Imagine the moment that your daughter doesn't have to wake up without one of her parents there when she's in the hospital.
Imagine the moment when you're able to recover in a home away from home.
Imagine the moment
that your donation
changes the life of a family.
Imagine what could be next.
This community of San Diego and communities throughout the world have an amazing capacity to give and volunteer. And we are very, very, very proud of the fact that, that's what had just happened. There we go. I wanted to give you this update that this community since August of 22 has given $18.8 million to the Ronald McDonald House to do what we needed to do, build more rooms, and began to expand our family support services. Our first milestone was achieved on July 1 of this year, and if you could hit this last video, I'd appreciate it as well. If one goes quickly as well, take a look. So obviously we're at it. We're doing our very best to do what we can to take care of our families in the lodging area. And we've been very successful asking our community to join us. And the next thing we need to do is to serve our families better at the time of admission, during their stay, and as they transition home. A model based on a director of social work program that will allow us to do each of these things very effectively for the short and long term, even though some of our families stay for quite some time. At admission, we want to find out where they are on that, as we look at anxiety and depression. How can we support them? What comes up during stay? What tribulations come their way? And then as they say, yep, it's time to go home, how can we help them celebrate but also transition back so they can care for their family? Family support services is our goal on this, and as you can see, we really need to focus on the top two problems that we see there to make sure that we allow these families to not only benefit from what's going on clinically, but to be able to step away and to change things as they go home for that child. The last young lady you saw as we concluded that video, her name is Zoe, a two-time cancer survivor, an absolute dynamo. She sang the national anthem at the Alpine Rodeo here just a few weeks ago before she went home to Palm Desert, and she was cancer-free. That was an indication of the kind of families we see every day. People with problems they never expected, and problems that we as a community in San Diego can help, and this, our next pillar for our campaign, is upon us. Family support really is that focus, and right now we've raised enough money that we're beginning to staff up and move that program forward. We have a global reach in what we do, but as you look at our Ronald McDonald House, we are nothing more than the activities and interactions that each of us have as we go forward. Victoria, a cancer patient, obviously, underway and under care, but on the way to finding a distraction at the house between her chemotherapy sessions. They come in for 30 days inpatient, come home to us for a week, then they go back 5, 6 times. Our job, be there when they're back at the house. And in the meantime, help mom and dad survive the stay and see what we can do. We want to take care and celebrate moms on Mother's Day. We want to do our best to make sure that our collaborative partners, and I was so glad to see our clubhouse on this display. The Padres have been great friends, and we'll get a call from the owners at the Padres and say, bring some families up to the owner's box. The idea that we're able to collaborate in that manner really allows us to kind of work with the San Diego Unified School District, our local corporations, Feeding America, the San Diego Food Bank, to do things that we would not be able to do by ourselves. And this is just one of those examples. It's an absolutely beautiful opportunity for our families. But to do what we can, from Love on a Leash with our canine visitors coming in, to do what we can to make sure we give that moment of distraction and entertainment we can while they're going through an otherwise very tough time. Oh, and when we have Illumina come in, it's usually some kind of a slime experiment. Illumina, a biotech here in San Diego that does a phenomenal job. We do our best to really take care of that. So Imagine the Moment is our solution. I wonder oftentimes, what a global entity like, as we think about Touch a Life Foundation, could become in, say, 50 years. And this is what Ronald McDonald House Charities is today. About 390 Ronald McDonald Houses, another large portion of programs called Ronald McDonald House Family Rooms, and other care mobile projects. We're providing 2.7 million overnight stays throughout our system in 42 different countries. We're doing our best because we know, for example, in San Diego, a week stay at any local hotel, a minimum of $3,000 a week, as you're going to go through all that goes with that. What can we do? We're looking to make those savings available to parents so they can focus on their child. And the idea that these Ronald McDonald Houses can reach out and do something that does a little bit more than maybe what's happening at the hospital, but is always in support of the idea that they're going to survive and thrive as they go forward. So I and I congratulate Touch a Life to see what's next. You have an incredible TAL ecosystem out there. I just really appreciate the fact that I could share our story. It's a 50-year story. You're about 10 years now in full operation. What could happen in the next 10 years? In our case, it took us 5 years. We were the 19th house in the system, and today, we are one of the largest in the world. But it's not always about size. It's about service and delivery, and being able to make a difference from volunteers to our staff, and then watching families support each other. So that's my message today: is congratulations, and what's next? Because I know your movement will grow and grow as well. Thank you for letting me share a little bit about Ronald McDonald House Charities of San Diego. I'm truly honored to be here, and thank you for participating in this conference and the idea that you're looking to see what's next, and kindness is behind it all. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate this, Barry. Oh, somebody gonna take a picture? We're gonna say, oh, right there. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
A heartbeat, it's the very first sound of life. But for thousands of children born with congenital heart disease, that rhythm begins with uncertainty. In India, many families face an impossible choice: to dream of saving their child or to accept what they cannot afford to change. The Saloni Heart Foundation was born to rewrite that story. Through compassion, innovation, and global collaboration, SHF ensures that every child, no matter where they're born, has access to world-class cardiac care. From free medical consultations with top pediatric specialists, to fund critical surgeries and advance cardiac research, SHF is building a future where every child's heart has a chance to heal. With partnerships like the Saloni Heart Center in Lucknow with UCSF, and hundreds of lives already transformed, their impact is spreading one heartbeat at a time. Please welcome to the stage Muskan Seth, representing the Saloni Heart Foundation, a powerful voice for hope, innovation, and every heart that deserves to keep beating.
Before I get started, I just want to play a quick video just to preface some things, and I hope you guys enjoy. I'll just be right over here.
When you hold your child, the first time when they gaze at you, the first time when you hear their heartbeat. The warmth of all these moments make you want to leave a bright future ahead for your beloved child. Yet, not every parent is so fortunate. Worldwide, 1 in every 100 children is born with congenital heart disease, irrespective of country, race, demographics, and economic background. This is commonly called hole in the heart, robbing the children and their families of a normal, happy life, mostly living morbid lives, leading to the untimely death of the beloved child. This translates to 240,000 children born annually with congenital heart disease birth in India alone. India does 15,000 CHD surgeries annually, and 95% children don't have access to CHD healthcare. They pass away much before their time. Despite India's deep talent pool, the lack of infrastructure, training, and ROI prevents investment in children's heart hospitals. This is a matter of grave concern. Saloni Heart Foundation, a California-based nonprofit, was founded in the memory of Saloni, the 13-year-old girl who was born with congenital heart disease in India. The foundation's mission is inspired by Saloni's tenacious attitude, her dreams, and the lack of specialization for pediatric cardiac care in India that led to her untimely death.
Saloni was, initially when I met her, she was very shy because she saw me first time. She was only, I think, 2.5 or 3 years. And then subsequently, once she got to know me, after the first surgery, I think she was very, very friendly with me, She wanted to become a cardiac surgeon or cardiologist by herself after the surgery. And she was very bright and she was very inquisitive,
We believe that every child with heart defect should have access to world's top doctors, pediatric cardiac surgeons, and pediatric cardiologists from top US children's hospitals on the Medical Advisory Board of Saloni Heart Foundation provide free and unbiased best-in-class second opinion so that parents and attending doctors in India can take the best course of treatment.
Well, in many countries, the care for children that are born with congenital heart disease is limited, and it's limited because of the amount of expertise in each country. So Saloni Heart is committed to bringing a full-time approach to the multidisciplinary team, which includes pediatric perfusion, anesthesia, cardiology, and surgical training, to increase the amount of cases that can be completed in Lucknow, India.
Our doctors guide them to the right treatment, right doctor, and right hospital in India. We have provided 6,000 second opinions in last 5 years. Clearly, this is not enough. We are thrilled to announce the opening of Saloni Heart Center in SGPGI Lucknow, India's leading super specialization medical university, on 22nd October 2024. Shri Yogi Adityanath inaugurated Phase 1, 36 beds, and laid foundation stone for 200 beds. Once fully operational, Saloni Heart Center will be the world's largest children's heart hospital, performing 5,000 surgeries annually, providing medical care managed for 10,000 children, and train 1,500 medical professionals in advanced pediatric cardiac healthcare. Saloni Heart Foundation is on a mission to rewrite the story for children born with congenital heart disease, a story that too often begins with pain and uncertainty. Imagine being a parent, watching your child struggle to breathe, unable to eat or play like other kids, feeling helpless as each day becomes a battle for survival. This is the heartbreaking reality for millions of families. We believe this doesn't have to be their future. With timely treatment, these children can grow up to lead normal, happy lives, free from the shadows of heart disease. Saloni Heart Center will be a beacon of hope, bringing world-class pediatric cardiac care to the heart of India. But we can't do this alone. We need heroes, people like you, to stand with us.
कि आज सलोनी हार्ट फाउंडेशन यहाँ पर सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है और फर्स्ट फेज में जो 36 बेडेड यहाँ पे पीडियाट्रिक हार्ट सेंटर की स्थापना होनी थी वह प्रारंभ हो चुका है। अभी हम उस सेंटर का विजिट करके आए हैं। सेकेंड फेज के कार्यक्रम के लिए आज एमओयू यहाँ पर हुआ है जिसमें 200 बेडेड हॉस्पिटल्स यहाँ पे बन करके इस कार्यक्रम को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाएगा।
Together, we can give these children the gift of health, the chance to live normal life, and a future filled with joy. Join us in this journey of hope and healing. Be the reason a child smiles tomorrow. We can transform lives and the future.
All right, so we saw most of the video, and I will keep my speech short because I'm sure everyone wants to go to dinner soon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Muskan Seth, and I serve as the Strategic Partnership Coordinator at Saloni Heart Foundation, based in the San Francisco Bay Area. I also serve as Chief of Staff at a medtech company called Gourmet Health, so I am apparently only doing medtech nowadays. I am beyond excited to be back in San Diego for TALTalks because I am also, in fact, a UCSD alumna. So thank you, Tal, for inviting me back here today and for giving Saloni Heart Foundation this incredible platform to share our story. We're honored to be part of a community that believes in turning compassion into a real-world impact. Let's talk Saloni Heart Foundation. So the foundation was created in the memory of my sister, Saloni, who was born in India with a congenital heart defect. Or in layman's terms, it's called a hole in the heart. After years of life-saving surgeries at Stanford Children's Hospital and fighting for her life, we lost Saloni in 2018. She was 13. My little sister was brave, determined, and kind. And it's her unwavering spirit that continues to inspire everything we do today. Our mission is simple but urgent: to ensure that every child, no matter where they are born, has access to the best possible cardiac care and a real chance at life, like she had. Like the video said, 1 in every 100 children around the world is born with a congenital heart defect, that is CHD. That's regardless of race, country, or ethnicity. In India alone, that means nearly 250,000 children are born each year with this condition, and yet only about 5% of them receive the treatment that they need to survive. That's where our mission comes in. We connect families of children with heart conditions to world-renowned cardiologists and surgeons, offering free, unbiased second opinions and guidance to the right doctors and hospitals. To the date, we have provided over 6,000 consultations to parents of children with CHD, support that has helped families navigate a complex medical system and given countless children a fighting chance at life. But beyond that, we're working to create a long-term change, something that will stay and that will be sustainable. We are building the Saloni Heart Center of Excellence in collaboration with SGPGI, a super specialty government-run 2,600-bed medical teaching school in Lucknow, India. Lucknow, by the way, is the largest state in India, and they have about 75,000 children born each year with CHD. They don't have a single specialty hospital or specialty surgeons for this kind of treatment. But Saloni Heart Center of Excellence will perform 5,000 life-saving surgeries and treat 10,000 children every single year, while also training 1,500 new medical professionals annually. For context, Stanford Children's Hospital performs 600 surgeries every year. This will be the world's largest pediatric cardiac hospital, with 200 dedicated beds and giving children across the global south access to the care that they deserve, and ensuring that no family is ever left behind simply because of where they live. In fact, I am thrilled to share that we have raised over $2 million through the generous support of the State Bank of India Foundation, Kone Foundation, HCL, Wadhwani Foundation, HP, and several other corporate partners. This funding has, in fact, completed phase 1 of our hospital project, enabling 36 fully equipped beds and an operational operating room to begin treating the children in need. We are in the process of hiring faculty, while our training partner, the pediatric cardiac team from UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital, lead a comprehensive Train the Trainer program, both on-site and remotely, to build local medical expertise that will be sustainable. So far, we have already performed 300 congenital heart surgeries in just the past 18 months. A tremendous step forward in transforming our vision and the dreams of thousands of children like Saloni into reality. But this is just the beginning. To truly make this vision sustainable and far-reaching, we need your partnership. I invite you to help us connect with philanthropies who share our mission, companies with CSR programs in India, and major donors who believe that every child deserves the right to a healthy heart. Your support will help us advance life-saving care for children and bring hope to families affected by congenital heart disease, families who, for far too long, have had nowhere to turn. On behalf of the Saloni Heart Foundation, thank you for your time, your compassion, and your belief that together we can save lives, uplift families, and change the future one heartbeat at a time. Thank you so much.
They were just getting started.
Yes.
It's amazing what you guys have done. Just incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you want me to see something?
Yes.
You want me to get out of the way? That's what you want.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think we will wrap up, but I thought I'd say a few things. First of all, thank you everyone that was here and all the speakers that many of you are still here. It's been both, exciting would be maybe not quite the right word, but just amazing. I made a comment earlier that it would be an extremely, extremely rare commercial event, like a technical event, that every single speaker had passion, energy, was coherent, with clarity, excited. That's almost unheard of. And I think it's the passion that everyone has for what they're doing. But just incredible speakers, the ability to articulate what you're doing at a level that's world class, really. So it's really been humbling and an honor to be here with all of you. And I thank you all for coming. Would love your inputs as to the event and its efficacy, et cetera. But it's pretty unusual to hear this many kind of both individual but interlinked activities with this much passion and energy, and really exciting. So again, thank you all for being here. Real pleasure to be here. Wonderful stories, more than stories, lives, and the passion to actually make a difference in the world. So thank you all. I don't know if we need to do anything else, Rama, or? Okay, well, I will announce that. So I don't know if you heard all that, but we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and do the TALHero Awards. And those are awards that we give once a year in both India and the United States. The awards that we'll announce are in the United States, and we give up to 9 awards annually, 3 for Changemakers, individuals, 3 for charities, organizations, and 3 for corporates, up to 3 in each. And so we'll announce those TALHero Awards when we get back in 10 minutes. Again, thank you all very much. It's been an amazing pleasure being here with all of you and listening to what you're doing. Thank you.
Let's start our TALHero Awards. Hi everyone, please take your seats.
Hi everyone, I'm so honored to be here to present the TALHero Awards. And just to tell you guys a little bit about it, the Touch a Life Foundation proudly honors changemakers, nonprofits, and CSR teams advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And every year, the TALHero Awards celebrate inspiring individuals and organizations whose work exemplifies empathy, innovation, and sustained commitment to creating a positive impact. So to begin, I want to invite two remarkable leaders to the stage, Ms. Veena Gundavelli, the founder and CEO of Touch a Life Foundation, and Mr. Barry Rudolph, the chair of the TALHero Awards Committee. And before we hear a little bit from all of them, it's my privilege to invite the guest of honor, Ms. Laura Detrick from the Nonprofit Institute of the University of San Diego.
Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a fantastic day, and what an inspirational talks. You know, it's each one of them and every one of you. Very, very inspiring, and every story is greater than the other, and combinedly it's, you know, a whole lot of inspiration for all of us. And as all of you know already, that Touch a Life Foundation, we're all about amplifying kindness and amplifying the impact. And we have several different, divisions within the TAL, Touch a Life, Foundation. So we have a TAL giving platform that, helps nonprofits raise funds. We have TAL radio that helps nonprofits, promote and bring out your cause to a bigger audience. And TALTalks is, is part of that. And we do have a TAL youth program that inspires youth to come, be a social entrepreneur, and help them get inspired by people like you to become like one of you and one of us. And again, there's a TAL Health Festival. That's we are bringing together pro bono doctors and pro bono medical providers all together, and that's a big one happening tomorrow, an entire conference. So all in all, I think multiple different things with a singular goal of amplifying impact and everything that we can do to support this amplification. So with that, again, every year we invite several nonprofits, individuals, and everyone to nominate their organizations themselves, as well as people that they know. And we have a whole program right after TALTalks, a whole program around TALHero, and this is basically the awards that we give out to certain individuals who have done outstanding work. And an entire committee is formed during the year to go through all of these different organizations. And I will have Barry, who is the chair of TALHero Awards, to give a little bit about insight into what are these TALHero Awards and how does this process work, and how the committee has identified few phenomenal people to come over today. And with that, over to you, Barry.
Great. Well, I'll give a little insight into the process and how hard it is, actually. So So every year we have a set of nominations, as Venus said, in both India and the United States, and we treat them separately and give them out separately. There are 3 categories, and we've now added a 4th. So the 3 categories that we have had historically are corporations, CSR activity, individuals, changemakers, we call them, and charities, actually organizations. And we get nominations, as Venus suggested. This year, well, I should even say, the nominations come in. We vet the nominations to make sure that they're real people and real organizations doing real work, and not, Billy Bob who called in and said, hey, I'd like to get an award. And so they're vetted. That creates a list in those 3 categories. The 4th category, by the way, that we're adding this year is youth. So it didn't seem fair to have very young people making a big difference, but with not a lot of resource necessarily, competing with larger charitable organizations. So we now have a youth category as well. So that vetted list this year had 56 candidates. We give out 3, up to 3 in each category. And you'll see this year we're giving out 3 to charities, 3 to changemakers, and 1 to corporate. So we're not necessarily give out 3 in each category, but this year that's the context. We have a committee of people that have volunteered, and they're typically been very active philanthropically. They may be retired executives. But they're people that have seen a little bit of the world, have had big impacts in their lives, et cetera. And they act as a judging committee, and all 56 of them are reviewed. They take it really seriously. I would say the judges, I would bet, spend 10 hours maybe going through all of the candidates and categorizing based on characteristics, which one of the STGs they may be impacting, what they like, what they have some concerns about, et cetera. And then we have a meeting of all of us at the same time that I try to coordinate. It's a fun job. Sometimes can be a little bit like cat herding, but it's fun. It's actually a very enjoyable thing. And we conclude and agree on who the winners are. So that's the process. So if you were a winner tonight, you were among 56 potential candidates, all vetted, and there was a lot more candidates that came in. So you're making a huge impact, and we really, really appreciate it. And a tough job to pick of the 56. So I will pass it over, I think, to you to pick it up from here.
Well, I might need some direction about what is happening next. Okay, so I have obviously not rehearsed this, but I'll just say it's humbling to be here because all the people that are getting these awards are on the front lines. We talked about that this morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. So how do you want to roll these awards out? Do you have you do? Okay, good. So congratulations. I mean, there's a lot of really worthy causes in San Diego, for sure. Here you go.
Okay, before we get started on honoring today's TALHero Awards in the US, we want to show a quick video of the heroes from India to do a little introduction, and then we'll get into it.
This year, alongside the heroes we honor here tonight, we celebrate extraordinary changemakers from across India, visionaries transforming lives, communities, and the nation. from empowering girls to transforming villages, from protecting animals to innovating for sustainability. These TALHeros remind us that change begins with action. Let's give a big round of applause to these inspiring heroes from India. And now, let's begin honoring the heroes we have right here with us tonight.
All right, so so how we're going to run through this is that I'm going to be thrilled to announce the TALHero, and we're going to watch a quick video on their work, and if they could come onto stage after, that'd be amazing. So we're going to begin with the Changemakers category, which recognizes individuals who have created extraordinary social impact through innovation, empathy, and perseverance. So for our first TALHero, adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities often remain unseen and unheard. Through his initiative Media Makers under Outside the Lens, Kevin Tung empowers adults with disabilities to tell their own stories through film and storytelling, shifting perceptions and inspiring inclusion. Please join us in congratulating Kevin Tung, our TALHero 2025 Changemaker.
Adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities often remain unseen, unheard, and underestimated. Without platforms for expression, their talents and perspectives are overlooked by society. Kevin Tung chose to challenge this silence. Through Media Makers, a pioneering program under Outside the Lens, he empowers adults with disabilities to share their stories through filmmaking, editing, and storytelling. His approach combines creative skills with confidence building, transforming lives and communities. Participants not only create powerful films but also shift perceptions, proving that disability is not a limitation but a capability. Families, educators, and communities witness inclusion in action, sparking empathy and respect. Kevin's vision has built a replicable model of inclusive education that advances equity and systemic change. We are proud to honor Kevin Tung as a TALHero of 2025 in the Changemakers category.
All right, for our next TALHero, through STEP Support the Enlisted project, Tony Trevian has built a sustainable model that helps military families achieve financial stability and self-resilience, transforming thousands of lives with dignity and hope. Congratulations to Tony Trevian, our TALHero 2025 Changemaker.
Military and veteran families often face crises of food insecurity, homelessness, financial instability, and mental health challenges. Too often, they struggle silently despite their service and sacrifice. Tony Trevian co-founded STEP Support the Enlisted project to address these challenges with holistic, measurable solutions. Guided by his systems thinking approach, STEP provides financial counseling, housing support, and emergency relief while fostering long-term self-reliance. With a 90% success rate, STEP is redefining veteran family support. Since 2014, thousands of families have stabilized through STEP's wraparound services. In San Diego alone, where tens of thousands of military families live on low incomes, the impact has been transformative. Tony's scalable model is a blueprint for national change. We are proud to honor Tony Tarabainen as a TALHero of 2025 in the Changemakers category.
We have a video from Tony. Tony sent a video.
And he has a video, I think.
Yes.
I'm truly honored to receive the Touch of Life Foundation Changemaker Award. I wish I could be there with you tonight to celebrate with you and our incredible community of leaders who are making our world more compassionate, sustainable, and inclusive. This recognition belongs to the entire STEP family, our staff, our volunteers, donors, partners, and most of all, military and veteran families who have trusted in us. At STEP, our mission is to restore dignity, hope, and opportunity for the families who serve our nation. And we do this by tackling the root cause of financial instability, which is financial behaviors. These drive so many of the challenges families face: food insecurity, homelessness, mental health conditions, and even suicide. And through our financial wellness counseling program, we've been able to help 10,000 families regain their hope and stability, build resilience, and create lasting generational change. Now, sadly, demand for our program is strong, but we have made it scalable. So we are in the process of rolling out our national model for systemic change, one that advances the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for ending poverty, improving health, and reducing inequalities. What makes this work truly sustainable is compassion, creating systems that empower, not rescue, that create independence, not dependence. We have learned that when a family is equipped to overcome one crisis, they can mitigate or even prevent the next one themselves. And that ripple effect strengthens not just households, but entire communities. So to the Touch of Life Foundation, thank you for honoring this vision and for championing changemakers who believe that dignity and hope are universal human rights. And from all of us here at STEP, thank you for this incredible recognition. Together, we're not only changing lives, we're shaping a more compassionate, sustainable, and inclusive world. Thank you.
Okay, for our next TALHero, he's a lifelong advocate for collaboration. Mike Gilman brings together nonprofit leaders, students, and volunteers through mentorship and community engagement, building bridges that strengthen San Diego's social fabric. Congratulations to Mike Gilman, the TALHero 2025 Changemaker.
In today's world, community leaders and changemakers often lack mentorship, collaboration, and support systems to grow their impact. Many work in isolation, limiting the change they could create together. Mike Gelman has spent his life changing this. As chair of the North County Philanthropy Council Mentorship Program, he nurtures nonprofit leaders and emerging changemakers. Through nonprofit walks, he has convened more than 50 walks, uniting leaders, funders, and supporters. Mike's mentorship extends to universities, where he guides students at SDSU and UC Irvine, and his volunteer work spans sustainable farming to hospice care. With a career as an HR leader, certified coach, and author, he brings both professional expertise and heartfelt service. Mike has strengthened San Diego's communities by building networks of trust, collaboration, and leadership. We are proud to honor Mike Gelman as a TALHero of 2025 in the Changemakers category.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you. See you. Thanks for that. use that. You're giving a speech.
All right. Not rehearsed either. So I'm honored. Thank you for the recognition. And for me, it's really all about building bridges within the community, oftentimes for the forgotten nonprofits and a lot of change makers that are doing good work that don't always get noticed. They don't always get the big grants. They don't always know what steps to take. And so one of the things that I've dedicated the last few years in particular towards is helping a lot of grassroots nonprofit organizations through nonprofit networks, which brings together funders and nonprofit leaders, a mentoring program for the North County Philanthropy Council, again, to help a lot of these aspiring emerging leaders in the nonprofit world, to give them the tools and resources to be more effective at what they do and creating change in their own corners. And I was thinking about this on the way in, like, where did all this come from, like this drive? And I think a lot of it came from growing up. My mother, who's in the audience here, was a change maker herself, and I'll never forget, introducing the brown bag lunches to the school system and getting the junk food and sodas out of schools. I was not a popular kid. But, and even today with Neighborhood Watch. And so in a way, I've been really influenced by that and just seeing how if you see a need, just take action. And that's what I try to do each day.
And before we move on to our next category, could Mr. Kevin Tung come back to say a few words?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to TAL for this award. Definitely was unexpected, and I was pretty excited to come and kind of just see what it was all about. And honestly, to be super humbled to be in this space because of all the speakers before that we listened to, and just hearing their stories and their passion and the impact that they're having on the community is just tremendous. I'm not even sure why I'm the one standing up here. But one of the themes that I really did hear and was really interesting with a lot of the speakers that we heard is the passion to build community, and about a lot of the folks that we listen to speak about working with youth, and that's what we do at Outside the Lens, working with youth and really using the power of media arts, so photography, filmmaking, and animation, and really empowering the folks that we work with to tell their stories and create social impact, right? You look at the videos that you've seen over here, and really providing the skills for them to be able to express themselves, share their unique stories, and really, make an impact in the world through that. The program that I've been leading for the last few years, working with teens and young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, has just been, it's more impactful for us as staff sometimes working with them, because the stories that they have to share about their lives are incredible. It's humbling to us to just be able to provide the opportunity for them to share those stories. And really the big thing for us, we do media arts, we do the fun stuff, but at the end of the day, what we really find important and impactful for us is to create community and create a space for the folks that we're working with to come and feel safe, feel seen, feel heard. And so that's kind of where we, see the greatest impact, even if they don't become an award-winning photographer or anything like that. But so thank you so much for having me here. Really appreciate it.
So our next category is the Young Changemaker category, and I want to welcome Mr. Vinu from IBM to introduce this award, as he has done a lot of good charitable work for the youth as well.
So this year's award goes to
And so at just 14 years old, Arden Paula founded Sports for Kids, giving thousands of underserved and homeless children access to sports, mentorship, and hope. He reminds us that leadership and kindness know no age. Please join us in celebrating Arden Paula, our TALHero 2025 Young Changemaker.
Thousands of homeless and low-income children in San Diego grow up without access to sports, mentorship, or opportunities to build confidence and resilience. This lack of support can limit their future potential. At just 14, Arden Paula chose to make a difference. He founded Sports for Kids, a nonprofit that provides free sports clinics, coaching, and mentorship for underserved youth. His initiative has raised $140,000, logged 6,500 volunteer hours, and impacted more than 7,500 individuals, including 450 homeless children who found hope and strength through sports. Arden's creativity also extends to filmmaking and authorship, amplifying stories of homelessness and compassion. His leadership has earned national awards and even his own Arden Paula Day in San Diego. He proves that age is no barrier to impact. We are proud to honor Arden Paula as a TALHero of 2025 in the Young Changemakers category.
Do you want me to speak now or after the picture? Now? Okay.
Don't go backside. It's open.
Oh. Okay. Thank you. I'm so grateful for this award. I really am. And I mean, I've heard so many stories today of other change makers. I feel so proud that our society is working together and collaborating with each other, and all of these organizations are working with other organizations who are working with other organizations. We're all working together for a common goal. And even though we all may seem to have different missions and different goals and trying to do our part in society, we all have the greater goal of just doing what is right, and making a society with equality, and supporting these 10 goals. And I'm super proud to be part of that. When I started my organization 4 years ago, I had no idea I'd get to this spot. And it's really fulfilling, and it's really nice to be in front of all of y'all. And I'm very, very proud to be speaking in front of all y'all and to be inspiring and everything. But I really appreciate this opportunity. So thank you all so much.
Come forward. So don't, Veena,
Thank you. I really
Thanks, Veena.
All right, for our next category, it's honors nonprofit organizations whose work creates lasting systemic change in their communities. So for our first awardee, with an incredible college attendance rate among its students, Barrio Logan College Institute empowers first-generation youth to achieve higher education and break the cycle of poverty. Congratulations to Barrio Logan College Institute, TALHero 2025 nonprofit winner.
In underserved communities of San Diego, poverty often robs children of opportunities to pursue higher education. Many grow up believing college is out of reach. Barrio Logan College Institute is rewriting this future. With a model that supports students from kindergarten through high school, BLCI provides wraparound mentorship, academic support, and family engagement that empower children to become first-generation college graduates. Nearly 100% of BLCI students go on to college, breaking generational cycles of poverty. By involving parents and communities, it ensures education is a shared journey that uplifts entire families. Nationally recognized, BLCI is a model of equity and hope. It proves that with consistent support, poverty can be dismantled one student at a time. We are proud to honor Barrio Logan College Institute as a TALHero of 2025 in the nonprofit category.
Wow, thank you, thank you. It's truly a pleasure and an honor to be here tonight and to have been part of one of the speakers with you all here today. From all of us from BLCI, we really want to thank the committee for selecting us. It really is a testament as far as you all believing in the work that we do, but more importantly, believing in the students that we work with, that they are important and that they matter and that we need to continue to invest in the communities that we work with. We have the honor of working with these families where we get to transform the lives of the students, the families, and uplift the communities that have been forgotten and are really under-resourced. Next year, BLCI is going to celebrate 30 years of providing these services to the first ones. We're going to be the first ones in our families to go on to college. We're really excited to be celebrating that as we are counting about 1,000 plus working with families and sending them off to college. And it's not only the student, actually our parents are really inspired that they themselves are actually going back to getting their college degrees. So again, on behalf of BLCI, we really thank you for this honor. And if the staff is listening out there, we want to thank you all as well for your dedication and your commitment in ensuring that the students who are the first ones in their families have the resources and the guidance to make it there and graduate. So thank you.
For our next TALHero, by funding life-saving heart surgeries and building a pediatric cardiac center in India, the Saloni Heart Foundation ensures every child has a chance to live, dream, and thrive. Congratulations to the Saloni Heart Foundation, another TALHero 2025 nonprofit winner.
Every year, thousands of Indian children are born with congenital heart disease. For families who cannot afford expensive surgeries, this diagnosis is often a death sentence. The Saloni Heart Foundation was created to change this. By funding surgeries, providing financial aid, and partnering with top hospitals, SHF ensures no child is denied life-saving care. In 2024, it launched the Saloni Heart Center at SGPGIMS Lucknow in collaboration with UCSF, beginning with 30 specialized beds and aiming for a 200-bed pediatric cardiac facility. In just 18 months, SHF delivered 5,000 second opinions, funded 70 surgeries, and completed 300 pediatric operations. Backed by strong CSR support, it is building a future where every child has a fighting chance. We are proud to honor the Saloni Heart Foundation as a TALHero of 2025 in the nonprofit category.
Thank you.
I've already had my little chance to speak, so I would just like to dedicate this to our Saloni Heart Foundation family. Without them, I don't know where we'd be, but definitely not here. So, and thank you guys for supporting us. Here's to changing lives and fighting for every heartbeat.
You got it all.
Also, a little fun fact, the Touch of Life Foundation team handmade cards for all of the winners.
Our team made this.
I actually do want to say one real quick word, if I could, about Saloni. I mentioned this to you, but I met your mother, Millie, and the mother of Saloni, about 4 years ago at an event we held at the Santa Clara Convention Center, a TAL event. And they were just really kind of getting started. Were looking for support, looking for help. And in that 4-year period, have built hospitals, have capitalized a large infrastructure, gotten corporate sponsorship, have done hundreds of operations. It's pretty astounding. I mean, really astounding. You should be very, very proud of what you've done in a very short period of time. It's very, very, very amazing. So congratulations.
I would like to welcome an esteemed individual, an inspiration, and a wonderful person, Dr. Gnanadev. Dr. Gnanadev is, again, we know him since almost like 20 years now, and he's one of the most renowned, cardiologists, as well as, medical professional, who led California Medical Association as well as American Medical Association. So, Dr. Gnanadev, warm thank you so much for coming over here. We welcome you. Please come onto the stage.
Thank you, Veena. That's a surprise. I've been involved with Solix for, 20 years almost. But I live in Southern California for 45 years. I've been a chief surgeon there at my hospital, which is close to 500 beds. This is my 37th year as chief of surgery. So I stopped counting anymore. Usually I tell people that either I was at the right place at the right time or God was good to me. So my community has been so good to me. I created a group 40 years ago, I think, with 4 people. Now we have over 25 plus surgeons. We provide care at the public hospital. I'm pretty passionate about indigent care. The County Board of Supervisors were so thrilled. Last year, they named our level 1, the top level trauma center, after me. My answer was, I'm not dead yet. But anyway, I think it has been fun. For the benefit of my community, I created a brand new not-for-profit university and MD medical school next to my hospital. I had skills. I was able to raise $60 million from donors to create it. And it's for Inland Empire, where I live. We take about 30% of the students are from local community. So it's really good. And we're trying to do similar thing in Stockton area, so we'll see what happens. It takes time, it takes money, but it has been fun. And I was just telling a couple of friends that people ask me, what's the most important or most fun thing in your mind you have done? It's easy for me. I signed my daughter's medical license as the medical board president. So there is nothing more important than that. So that's about it. And I told Kishore and Sai that there is anything I can do to help, I will help. Thank you, though.
Okay, for our last TALHero Award in the nonprofit category, For over 100 years, Compass Family Services has been a lifeline for families in San Francisco, providing housing, childcare, and stability to thousands in need. Congratulations to Compass Family Services, another TALHero 2025 nonprofit winner.
In San Francisco, thousands of families face the devastating reality of homelessness. Without stable housing, children lose access to education, safety, and the chance to thrive. Compass Family Services, with over 100 years of service, has become a lifeline. Its holistic model addresses housing, childcare, employment, and mental health, ensuring families not only find shelter but also build long-term stability. In the past year alone, Compass served 11,110 parents and children, nearly half of them under 18, and achieved a 92% success rate in securing lasting housing for families who complete its programs. Its family-centered approach breaks cycles of crisis and replaces them with opportunity. Compass has proven that stability is possible when families are supported as a whole. We are proud to honor Compass Family Services as a TALHero of 2025 in the nonprofit category.
And please welcome Stacy, who will accept the award on behalf of Compass Family Services.
I have not worked directly with this nonprofit, but I do work quite closely with the homeless population, the nonprofits here in San Diego, and that was an amazing video if they're doing that much great work. So hats off to those at Compass Family. Keep doing all your great work. Thank you.
And for our last TALHero, it's in the CSR Excellence category, and through its pillars of community engagement, philanthropy, and sustainability, TCW Global shows how businesses can lead with purpose and compassion. Congratulations to TCW Global, the TALHero 2025 CSR Excellence.
Dr. David.
In today's world, corporations must move beyond profit to actively uplift communities and protect the planet. Without responsible business practices, growth comes at the cost of society. TCW Global has embedded responsibility into its philosophy with pillars: community engagement, philanthropy, employee volunteerism, and sustainability. Its Vibes initiative brings employees and clients together for programs like Cooper's Christmas Village, military hero festivals, and orphanage support. A charity match program doubles donations, amplifying generosity. Sustainability is equally central. TCW Global integrates solar energy, composting, and eco-conscious practices into daily operations. The company also donates a significant share of profits annually to nonprofits, proving profit and purpose can thrive together. This holistic approach makes TCW Global a model for corporate responsibility. We are proud to honor TCW Global as a TALHero of 2025 in the CSR category.
Dr. Gnanadev, may I request you to please come give away the award? Thank you.
I know. That's all I need.
We'll lose you down there.
Then I got to send them to my car.
Thank you. No worries. No worries at all. It's an honor to be here tonight and to receive this award.
we at TCW Global take community service to another level. I came from the 35 years in the nonprofit world before I accepted this position at TCW Global, and I can tell you that I've never seen a sense of belonging. We have about 150 employees in San Diego, and each of them really have taken this role just with gladness, and then a lot of them tell me they're here because of our VIBES program, which stands for Volunteer, Investment, Belonging, Equality, and Social Responsibility. And our goal this year was to have 90% participation in our staff. And I'm pleased to let you know that even as of October, we're at 87%. So it is, our partners are in the room. Ronald McDonald is in the room. We go there once a month to do meal service, and probably 10 to 20 of our employees go there. They love it. And Cost San Diego's in the room. Thank you for nominating us. But it's just a community where every one of you does your part, then this world will become a better place. And I honestly believe that if we all did a little something, we would eradicate homelessness. We would eradicate things that just are sad in our community. So thank you. It's very much of an honor to be in this position, to be in this community, to be in this audience. Thank you very much.
Before we end off today, we want to say another thank you to Laura, our special guest, for being here today. And if you could say a quick couple words on kind of how you feel right now, that'd be great.
I mean, how could we not feel just simply stunned, right, and grateful for the work of young people and people that are more seasoned and that have made such a difference in our community. So I want to thank all of you. For an event, we go to a lot of events, and the staff, wait, let's have a little round of applause. A big round of applause. And Rama, just so kind, and it's not funny. It's no coincidence that your buttons say that. So, we started the day talking about the beauty of San Diego, and the fact that we can't be America's finest city without America's finest social sector, nonprofit sector, and you're living proof of all of that. And I congratulate all of the winners, and I think it is time for dinner. And thank you all again.
Thank you, Laura, for spending the whole day with us and for all your support. And I would also like to thank UC San Diego for being our partner and hosting this particular event along with us. So thank you, San Diego, UC San Diego.
Let's take a group. All the winners, you get to come up.
And with this, again, I'd like to thank our team, the Touch a Life team, who's done a wonderful job over the last several months, pulling all of this together, taking all of the nominations, and just putting this whole program together. Thank you to the entire team.
Yeah, here is a quick video of my team back in India who supported us with these videos and graphics and everything. Here with me, I have Srinivas, Syed, and Paula. Please come on stage. Syed, Srinivas, Paula. Here is my team.
Big hand to the entire team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christina, you might have to go forward a little.
Thank you, AV team. UC San Diego, thank you so much. And our volunteer, thank you so much from morning. You and your mother did. Thank you. Extending yours.